Good evening, everyone. It is 6:17 on December 13th, 2022, and this is a regular or special meeting of the Brattleboro Selectboard. Patrick, was this meeting properly warned?
Yes, sir.
Excellent. Thank you very much. All right. So we'll first look to approve the minutes of November 15th, November 22nd, and November 29th. Board, look for a motion.
Well, I move that we approve the minutes of November 15th, 22nd, and 29th, 2022.
Is there any discussion? And I don't see anybody in the public there, and I don't see anyone in public. Great. All right. Jess has made a motion to approve the minutes of November 15th, November 22nd, and November 29th, 2022. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's going to carry 4-0. We move on to agenda item.
Sorry.
Are we all right?
We're good.
Okay. Move on to agenda item 3, which is chair remarks. So, board, I just have one remark from Hillary Francis, the town clerk, about elections and petitions, timing-wise. So, is everything okay?
Yeah, I was just noticing.
Okay.
We're good.
So petitions for Brattleboro Town Offices, Wyndham Southeast School District, board members, and town meeting members are now available at the town clerk's office. Town elections will be Tuesday, March 7th at the American Legion, located at 32 Linden Street, Brattleboro, Vermont. Annual representative town meeting will begin on Saturday, March 25th, 2023. The location and the format will be announced at a later date. Petitions for the town officers and WSESD board members must contain at least 30 valid signatures of registered Brattleboro voters and be filed in the clerk's office no later than Monday, January 30th at 5 p.m. to have their name placed on the ballot. Candidates for town meeting member must file a nomination petition issued by the town clerk's office with at least 10 valid signatures of voters from the district where the candidate lives no later than 5 p.m. on Monday, January 30th. Incumbents for town meeting member must return their notice of intent form no later than 5 p.m. on Monday, January 30th. Letters of intent will be mailed out later this month. So if you are an incumbent town meeting member and you don't receive a letter of intent by the end of this month, then make sure to reach out to Hillary Francis at the town clerk's office to make sure that we have your correct mailing address. So if you want to run, get your petition, get your signatures, and we'll see you in March. So with that, I will turn it over to Interim Town Manager Patrick Moreland for manager remarks.
No remarks this evening.
Great. Board members, select board comments and committee reports. Anybody have anything to say?
Also, no comment.
Nothing?
No.
Nothing? Nothing at all. All right. A rare instance of a quiet select board. So we'll move on to agenda item 6, public participation. So this is an opportunity for members of the public to speak to any item that's not on the agenda tonight, and we don't have a consent agenda. So I'll first look to the room if there's anyone who'd like to speak. Don't see any hands. So then I'll look to Zoom and see if there's anybody that they want to raise their hand. Nope. Okay. So then we'll move on to new business item 7, new business A, EMS update. So I invite Chief Howard and AC Kier to the table. Patrick, do you have any intro?
No, sir.
Okay. In that case, welcome, gentlemen. Thank you for being here, and I'll turn it over to you.
I'll turn it over
I'll turn it over to AC Kier.
So thank you. Always a pleasure to give our monthly report to you folks. November, pretty consistent, as with other months in terms of fire and EMS calls. Pretty consistent there. Unfortunately, I do have to report to you guys that we did receive our first EMS complaint. And I know the nature of the questioning will want some more detail than what I can give you.
Yep.
But because of HIPAA, I'm going to be very careful as not to disclose any information about that call. More really focused on how we handled it and how we're going to move past it. I'd also say, when we receive these complaints, we would take them very seriously. So upon receiving the complaint, we met with Golden Cross Management and myself. We reviewed all of the policies and protocols that were relevant to this particular incident. After going over all of those, we met with the two individuals that the complaint was against. We reviewed those policies, protocols in detail. We also discussed a number of different scenarios, how those interactions could have gone differently. I feel very comfortable that their actions won't be repeated in the future. Following that conversation and following all of those, both Chief Howard and myself called the complainant. We discussed what we had found. We discussed our actions with those providers. The complainant seemed pretty resolved and what had happened and felt like we had handled it appropriately to his satisfaction. And then kind of furthermore along with the EMS update, and I'll engage in questions about that complaint when I'm finished here. But as usual, we had our QA and QI review with Dr. Storn, and Dr. Swozey continues to look at those look at the random incidents and the calls with high acuity to say that we're doing or not meeting those standards and protocols. In terms of total EMS statistics for this month, from July 1 to November 31st, total calls is 1,265. The average response time is 4 minutes and 17 seconds. The average time of the call is 27 minutes and 53 seconds. The need for 2 ambulances was 201. The need for 3 ambulances was 32. The need for mutual aid was 2. 865 patients transported. Golden Cross has invoiced $431,665.40 and has collected $242,526.54. I think if you're looking for a collection rate, that's about a 56% collection rate.
And what month are we in now?
We are in December now.
I know we're in December. How many months have we been?
Sorry.
This is our starting our sixth.
Yeah. Sorry, not to. No, simple
What's the
question.
date? No. So December is our 6th month. We implemented beginning July 1st, and so we're in our 6th month.
That's true.
And this is a report of the 5th month.
That's true. Ending November 30th.
Excellent. Thank you very much, and thank you for the calendar update.
I just want to
Yes.
address the complaints. We have this complaint here that we know about, and we received a complaint this evening as well that we'll address. As the fire chief, I'm not going to discuss names and what's going on in a complaint in a public meeting. I will discuss that with the providers and the complainant and address those concerns and assure them that this is addressed. I will not address it in a public meeting. It's not fair to the people that are involved in it.
Yeah.
And it's not good business. And like the assistant chief said, I will assure you, we take these very seriously and make sure it doesn't happen again.
Thank you very much, Chief Howard, on that. And just to clarify, so a complaint was sent to myself as the chair of the board. I then, as soon as I saw it after I was in a meeting, as soon as I saw the email, I forwarded it along to the rest of the board, to the town manager's office, and to the leadership of the Brattleboro Fire Department to make sure that it was just immediately seen, and then that the correct process to begin processing that happens, and that all occurred within the last 2 hours.
Yep.
So, okay, additional information or okay. In that case, board members, questions, comments for Chief Howard or AC Kier? Liz.
I just wondered whether Dr. Storn was available for discussion of those incidents. Was
He
a part of-
would have been. The complaint was really focused more on bedside manner, something that is equally important to that. So it didn't really involve protocol, what should have been done and did not. It was more bedside manner. So we didn't involve Dr. Thorne in this case.
Thank you.
Daniel?
Yeah. So I really believe in the fire department's seriousness around the quality of the service that they provide in all of their calls, right? And so whilst it is, it's disappointing to receive a complaint, it's also not surprising necessarily. Over 1,200 calls,
Exactly.
you might have a couple that don't go so well. And the thing with providing emergency services like you do, you need every single one of those calls to go, in terms of outcomes, very well, right? And like process towards those outcomes may be sometimes, excellence is not quite achieved. And so knowing you two gentlemen, I feel very confident that neither of you would allow a standard to slip. And I think that one of the things that I've, been feeling good about in terms of like the way that we're currently working with Golden Cross to provide ambulance services is that there is more transparency possible. So when Ian and I discussed this complaint that we received, was it a couple of weeks ago now, probably? Initially I was like, okay, I want to see like all this out in public, right? I wasn't really thinking about HIPAA stuff. I was thinking more about like, okay, well, this is a complaint. That's legit. We read it. And I trust you guys to like attend to the kind of quality improvement pieces of it. And then I think that the public deserves to know that like, yeah, we're feeling pretty good about how things are going. And also that's not the entirety of the story. There is a process of continuing improvement, and we want to set a very high bar for the level of service that's provided. So there's like a balancing act of like, protecting the privacy of the person that made the complaint, right? Because what they're talking about is an incident that happened whilst they're receiving, medical services, right? Emergency medical services. So we have to be careful to balance their right to privacy around that. And to have some level of like public transparency and, accountability around this. So I feel fairly happy with like how we've handled it. My initial preference would have been just put it all out there. There's really nothing to hide here, but like, that's not really a sensible thing from a HIPAA point of view. So I just wanted to kind of like pull back the curtain a little bit for folks
Yeah.
on like why we decided to include it and what we were originally thinking. I guess from a kind of EMS update point of view, we've got the Triton report come in, and they're going to present on the 20th. And I wonder, like, out of that report, it might say, oh, here are some metrics for you to consider to use, evaluate in your service as you move forward. So perhaps there'll be things we learn from that study that might adjust the kind of way that we present the data that we're already collecting. So I just want to kind of put that out there. But other than that, I really appreciate all the work that your team does, and and I appreciate the seriousness in which you strive for excellent service and all the things.
Thank you.
Any, Liz?
I just wanted to add that we know of this complaint because this is the fire department and a public process. And if it had been a private provider, we just don't know.
Yeah, I think it's the balance that Daniel was just speaking to. That I want to ensure that if someone has a complaint about anything that any kind of service they receive from the town, that they can feel the security of their privacy to be able to make that complaint. But then I also believe fundamentally that as a public service, we need to, in a public municipality, we got to make sure that we're providing transparency and showing as much as we're possibly able to. So I think as we move forward and when and if we receive additional complaints, that we continue this process, we try to provide as much information as we can while protecting the privacy of the individual. And I want to just confirm the individual was informed that at this very level where we're at, that we were going to talk about the complaint tonight.
We told them we were gonna discuss
Okay.
it. We didn't,
Okay.
we're gonna,
Say anything about not their name or anything like that.
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah, and I think I just want to echo Daniel. Yeah, if we can basically have this report modified to essentially mirror what we get from AP Triton when it comes to some of the statistics, so that we can keep it moving forward in a way that's going to help us look back to that report as we're getting additional updates. I think that would be very helpful, depending on what the
Yeah, I mean, we'll see, right?
we don't really know what it looks like. So, yeah. Other board member questions or comments? Yes, Jess.
Yeah, I'm just curious, are there any new learnings that you've gleaned? I know it's so early in the process, but as a department, are there any learnings that you guys have developed over these last 5 months that you would want to share? And I love the heat map. It is fascinating. I think particularly I was curious about that and what we're learning from that.
I know my officers are coming very much more resource management. They're able to learning how to manage their resources more, because you're balancing EMS calls, fire calls, and you're balancing, when they happen, how many are going on at once, how am I going to cover this next? So it's certainly helping them build their comfort level and experience with managing that many people and that many incidents at once. I know I've said it each time we've met, but I can't commend them enough July 1st, we started running as a different department, and they've taken off running with it, so I can't thank them enough.
I think it's also noted too that although we talk about the complaint tonight, we received quite a few letters for service in a very positive sense. So they just don't get noted in the same light. I think the statistics are really interesting. The heat map, where we're going for calls, but specifically the time frame and when we go to calls, from that 11 a.m. hour to that 3 p.m. hour, is very busy. So, interesting.
All right, I'll look to any questions from the public. See any hands in the room? Do see a hand. There is Bob.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. Bob Ozer from District 3. Certainly without violating HIPAA at all, perhaps you can talk a little bit more, Chief or AC Keir, about the complaint that's in the EMS report or update, and specifically maybe to keep it very safe, just the protocols, the policies that were implicated, and perhaps leave it at that.
This is how I'm going to leave it, Bob. If you're more than willing to come to my office and speak to me about it, I'm happy to talk to you then. As I stated earlier, I'm not going to talk about complaints in a public meeting.
Well, I don't wish to learn anything that would be not disclosable because of HIPAA rules. I guess my question is just with respect to policy and protocols. And I think that if you don't feel that that's policies and protocols are an issue that can be discussed publicly, then perhaps we could talk about it privately. But I don't see where that would be helpful, because unless you're telling me that we could have that conversation but not be able to disclose it to a third party.
So Chief, What I think I heard AC mention was that this was an issue relating to sort of bedside manner, right? We have an expectation that when we respond to a scene, that we're going to be what? And, maybe we could talk a little bit about, ways in which we may have not lived up to that expectation without stepping into HIPAA territory. Wouldn't you think?
And let me just, I'll give AC Cure in just a moment. But just Bob, to appreciate kind of like this moment right now. So appreciate your question. And we're kind of navigating this line, right, between trying to protect privacy, trying to be as transparent as possible. And I think that's why we're having a little bit of this, because this is the first time we're doing it. So I'm going to hand it over to AC Cure, but I just wanted to explain that's kind of that this moment that we're at. And I think as we move forward and we're able to talk about these more in the future, if we get more, then we're going to be, which hopefully we won't, but this is a process. We'll get better at it, but I'll hand it over to.
So, and to kind of answer your question and to elaborate a little bit more on why I'm not going to answer it directly, is because the nature of a call has a protocol that follows along with the nature of that illness or injury. If it's a head injury, there's a certain protocol to follow. If it's trouble breathing, asthma, COPD, there's a certain protocol to follow. So by simply talking about that protocol indicates to you what the nature of that complaint would be, and I'm not super comfortable in disclosing that information publicly. Two, we review in detail the nature of how the call came in, what those providers did, what they said to the patient, and their actions following that. And all sorts of levels of professionalism we're looking at in that evaluation and what our expectations are for our providers while they're interacting with the public.
Daniel?
Well, I guess actually I'll see if Mr. Roser is satisfied, but I wanted to kind of clarify if not.
Yeah, Bob, do you have additional follow-up on that?
So I guess my takeaway from that with respect to the issue of protocol is that the protocol for whatever the presenting issue was not followed in that case. And that's why the protocol became an issue.
Okay.
Man.
And then that wouldn't violate HIPAA because we're not talking about what specific medical condition was involved. Is that fair?
Yeah, Daniel.
So that's kind of what I was wanting to get at. So what I heard from AC Kia is we don't want to disclose the nature of the call because that would sort of like indicate I got a list here of calls that happened, right? So I'm going to look through and find the ones for this type of call, which could narrow down like, oh, okay, it's probably that one. Tells me their address on there as well. So you couldn't say, for example, this was a head injury. I mean, I don't believe it is. Well, I have no idea. I can't remember what was in it. But, you couldn't say, like, specifically what the nature was because that would sort of be disclosing.
Based on the information that we provide you, I think that I feel like I'd be giving you too much evidence to really isolate exactly, okay, well, on this date, you responded to this type of emergency.
Yeah.
Let me look at the call log and see you responded here. Okay, I guess we know who the patient is now.
Yeah.
So I think I've given you too much information that you put the pieces of the puzzle together.
Yeah,
And I'm just
fair.
not comfortable with that.
So I think my request would be, it's not Dr. Storn, because I don't know if he oversees quality control for any public entity. I'm not sure. But I imagine that there must be a resource within Dr. Storn or his apparatus of someone who does oversee quality control for public municipal service or partial municipal service like ourselves. And maybe we could get a little more guidance about where the line is on what we can and can't, because they need to report that information for those other municipalities, and so that we can see maybe what one of their kind of like public disclosures looks like, and then we can model and look on that, and then possibly modify and do what the department and what the select board and the community feels comfortable with. Would that be okay?
I'm not sure I understand what you're asking for.
I'm asking for them to talk to the doctors that look at, who are consulted, like Dr. Storn, on quality control questions. And so when one of the services that they oversee that is a municipality has a complaint, there's a complaint that's been issued, how does that municipality issue a sort of notice, or how is it disclosed to the public, if it is at all? Which I imagine it should be. That's my question, so that we could see what it looks like. Patrick?
I would just say, I'm pretty sure the chief would say, we're happy to take a second look at this.
Okay. Do other board members feel differently about that? I mean, Jess?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think it would be helpful to know how other towns handle talking or disclosing or transparency around complaints like that.
Yeah. Okay. Liz?
And I think the way that they presented it is fine, because I do think it's all too easy to go from what's been said to this list and get into somebody's personal business.
Yeah. I agree. Again, I think it's about, yeah.
The balance.
All right, Bob, we have other people who would like to speak, so I'm going to thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes.
From the time they're involved in that capacity, it belongs to HIPAA. So don't be afraid to say where you are with that. And yes, it's better to bring it into executive session or
No, it's also.
not this out here in the public. I mean, HIPAA has rights over everything when it comes to medicine of any kind. So you could not even say it was a head trauma or a knee wound or whatever. You're not allowed to. And you would know that. You should know that. So
Should know
stay where you
You should know
are.
everything.
Hold your ground.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And thank you to the department for all the work they're doing. All right. We're going to move on to new business agenda item 7B1, FY24 budget planning. And invited up to the hot seat, Sue Fillion. Yes. Oh, are you going to?
Man?
But before Sue goes, Patrick will go.
Sure, I just, certain parts of the budget are centralized and developed in our office, particularly related to the staffing numbers. There's obviously one department head, that's Sue. Sue's been with the town for quite a long time, so she's reached the top of her salary range, and the increase in that particular line, therefore, is only the proposed COLA. In her department staff salaries, that cover 3 employees, and I believe one of those employees was eligible for a step increase, which helps to explain why that's a little higher than 5%.
Patrick, let me just introduce you. What page number?
Yes.
Forgive me, sir. We're on page 8.
So for all of our armchair budget generals out there, we're on page 8.
And Sue can take it from there.
Okay, so
Good evening. Thanks for having me. So I figured I'd start with a little bit about what the Planning Services Department does. We offer a wide range of services, and we're kind of multidisciplinary. Some of the things that we do in the department is project consultation and development review. You're going to open a business, build something new in town, change the land use, you'll be talking to us. Even if you just want a sign permit, you come to us. So zoning permits information, and we process them. We do zoning enforcement, long-range planning, and special area planning. We have the sustainability coordinator in our department who supports sustainability and resilience efforts for both the municipal operation as also community efforts. We give energy efficiency information and referrals. We do some information sharing on lead and asbestos hazards and permitting, rental, health, zoning, and subdivision code enforcement. We support state environmental, health, and life safety code enforcement. We do some GIS mapping and spatial analysis. We manage participation, the town's participation in the National Flood Insurance Program. We do permitting for the flood hazard zones. We document elevation certificates, and we do flood information and public outreach as part of that program. We do hazard mitigation planning, and we coordinate with both the Vermont Emergency Management and FEMA. And we also do E911 address assignment and coordinate with the state on that. And I'm sure I've forgotten a bunch of other things that we do. As Patrick mentioned, we have 4 full-time employees. Together amongst the 4 of us, we staff several of the town's boards and committees, including the Planning Commission, the Development Review Board, the Conservation Commission, the Agricultural Advisory Committee, the Design Review Committee, the Energy Committee, and more recently, the Traffic Safety Committee we participate in. We have staff support from the town manager's office too. In terms of our permitting, annually, we issue about, give or take, 190 permits a year. We were pretty much on track for that. It got a little slow, and it's starting to pick up. We think some of the permitting has to do with, rise in interest rates, supply line issues, and even workforce issues, trying to find people that can do surveys or do construction. So, but I think, we should be near 190 permits for this year. Housing obviously has been a hot topic in town for quite some time. We're expecting, right now, we have about a net gain of 37 housing units for the year. 8 are single family, and the remaining are multi-unit in existing buildings, new units being created for a multi-unit. And then there were 5 units that were either lost to fire or multi-unit buildings becoming single family. So we keep track of that. And in regards to housing, we're doing a lot, all of the staff are doing a lot to kind of talk about the issues in town, and also referring people to the available housing resources, either for housing creation or rehabilitation. So that includes like the Vermont Housing Improvement Program, where you can get grants to build new units or bring new units or rehabilitate them. I mentioned energy efficiency. We've been doing a lot of work with that as well. We're working on amending our land use regulations to make it easier, to reduce some of the regulatory barriers for the creation of housing, and that's, will probably be before the select board, maybe February or March. And we're recommending a new neighborhood development area, which brings some state benefits and reduction in permitting fees at the state level. And then we continue to support other housing efforts such as the Tri-Park implementation of the Tri-Park Master Plan, and we've been involved with the Winston Prouty campus planning. And so we also do a lot of work with regional and state agencies, so Wyndham Regional Commission, Downtown Brattleboro Alliance, the Southeastern Vermont Housing Coalition, and obviously work with a lot of different state agencies too. For fiscal '24, we're going to continue to work on the housing issues. The walk bike master plan will be done by then. You should be seeing that early in the new year as well. One of the things that we want to do is update our fees. I would say that our fees are low, and that it would be something that the select board will need to approve when we come before you to propose new fees, but that's something we'll be working on. The floodplain restoration project at 250 Bird Street will be going on in fiscal year '24. So we're excited about that. And we're spending some time investigating the different federal grant resources out there, particularly for safe streets and energy projects. So perhaps there'll be some grant work associated with that moving forward. In terms of the budget, we have a budget of $297,123. The only increase to the budget comes from fixed costs, the salaries that Patrick had mentioned before. So I just thought I'd pick out 3 areas of the budget and just kind of highlight them. So there's a line, $2,000 budget item of legal notices. Because of our development review, we have statutory obligations and how we warn hearings. So a lot of postings to the newspaper about the DRB agendas, the Development Review Board agendas. And then occasionally, we use that for, if we're doing an RFP or an RFQ because we had a grant, to kind of announce that. So that's pretty much how that line item is used. There's $8,000 to professional services. Primarily, we use this as a match to grants that we secure, but there's been times where we've hired a consultant to do layout of a particular document or something like that. So that's, generally, we look to that first to make matches for the different grants that we might be looking at. And then there's a $10,000 line item for sustainability program. In the past, we've used that primarily to either have interns or Eco-AmeriCorps service members, and that brings added capacity to the department. At this time, it might be something that we consider for fiscal year '24. But we also have some projects going on with mapping the agricultural lands and some food system assessment work that will be going on. So those are some projects that we've applied for that funding. And I guess with that, I will open it up to your questions.
Board, questions? Jess, did you have one first or Liz?
These two have got a ton.
You,
Well, first I want to say
me give-
you guys are a small and very mighty team. The work you do is awesome. Helps us keep looking forward and have stuff to look forward to. I'm really impressed that pretty much your entire operating of this department is going to be level funded. Does that have any? What kind of effects or impacts does that have on what you do and how things are going and the way things are getting priced higher and higher these days?
I think it's, the one area that I picked out is kind of our fees. So legal notices are increasing and, the postage line item that we have can always be variable depending on our development levels and what's going before the DRB. But we think that those can be remedied by, increasing our fees and, so we shouldn't be losing money on those. In terms of consultant work when we have to go out, $8,000 can be a challenge to work with, but we've been able to manage and we kind of pool, at times we've been able to use the sustainability line item to help fund, certain walk, bike, action plan activities. So we've been able to manage it.
Can I do one
follow-up?
more?
Yeah.
It's not a follow-up, it's just a different
all
question.
right, that's fine.
The different question is, we got to see the housing plan from you guys this year. And one of the recommendations that I feel like I remember is they were recommending hiring someone to take stock of available housing and just increase communications around housing opportunities. So I haven't seen that anywhere else in the budget, and I was wondering, is that something the planning department would consider?
Yeah, it's not something that we proposed this year. Kind of feel like we're still, trying. In some aspects, we feel like we cover it well between the four of us and kind of getting the information out. I mean, we could probably use some additional capacity to kind of collect the information and maybe display it better. And get it out there. There's a lot of, I think we're comfortable where we are right now, and the other state resources that are out there that we know who the point people are to direct people to, and probably would prefer, especially with all the infrastructure money out there at the federal level, that funds go to make matches to maybe bring in some of these grants that will take the burden off the taxpayers rather than necessarily expanding staffing.
Liz had her hand.
Thank you, Sue, for all that you and your department do. The things that I was going to highlight as worth repeating and emphasis, actually, I think go a long way towards what Jess was asking for, and I think you already do it. One of them is changing the zoning for more inclusivity, and the other is referring potential housing creators to information from state and federal sources and funds. And I don't think that that can be stressed enough, because that information is really critical to from large developers to moms and pops who might want to create from a single housing unit to numerous ones. So I applaud you for that, and I think that goes a long way to address the needs that were identified in the housing plan. That's not really a question.
No.
But thank you.
Daniel?
Thanks. Sue, thanks for the presentation. I think that your department provides a really important service to both kind of like the sort of like planning stuff that, you know, tends to find its way to us, and then also to the community in terms of like the you know, the zoning and, you know, permits stuff that Brian leads. I think Stephen's work is interesting in its way that it kind of cross cuts. And so all that is just thank you. My actual question is around the housing plan. So my recollection of the last time we kind of talked about this in any kind of substantive way was we were talking about like an implementation document. And I feel like we haven't talked about that in a long time. And I wonder like what the status of that is.
We don't have, you know, other than the strategies in the plan and kind of making sure that that we're checking the boxes. That's kind of how we've been working with it. There's been a lot going on regionally, particularly led by BDCC in some of the kind of it's escaping me, but you know, kind of some of the strategies in there about building coalitions and that kind of stuff. It's being led by, I guess, some community partners.
Yeah.
But yeah, we don't have a plan with exact target dates.
Okay. Because I feel like with a few things this year, you know, the board said back in sort of April, wow, this is something we really want to get to this year. And, you know, for various reasons, at the board level at least, I don't think we've kind of had robust public discussions about how to actually move forward with this housing plan. I know that like within the department that you guys have been working on it, and you're talking about like bylaw modernization. So like that's one of the strategies for, you know, creating more housing. And I just kind of wonder with the new town manager coming, whether there's will, you know, on the board that we might want to kind of revisit that housing plan in the early part of next year, and kind of get on the same page about like how we want to proceed with it, because the plan called for 500 new units like yesterday, right? And I'm grateful for the, I think 37 you said?
32.
You know, like, I mean, that is, whilst it is far smaller than 500, it is still meaningful in this town, because I see people every day who are struggling to retain their housing and struggling to get into housing. But you know, like this issue requires attention, you know, in an urgent and high priority manner. And I hope that when John Potter lands January 3, he's got his housing boots on. And you know, and it's a whole community thing, right? Like you're talking about coalitions, like the town cannot solve it on its own, but I want us as a board to be as involved in that work as we can be, to try and like move it forward.
Yeah. So This is, and you're referring to the housing study and sort of like implementation sort of presentation that we got when we were at the fire station.
Yeah, I mean, we got a sort
like
of
almost a year ago.
strategies, and then we kind of like
Yeah.
talked about like, hey, how do we
So-
choose how to move forward?
I would
and-
say it was like last February or March.
Okay. I don't recall the. Thank you. So I think it's not really a flag, but I think it would be great to even just looking at that document again in a public setting and sort of talking about it. If the department feels comfortable with that, I think that'd be really helpful.
Yeah, absolutely. It was in my head and thinking about the town report and kind of reporting out on that as well. So I'd be happy to come back and
Excellent.
give you the status.
I just had one question. So you brought up the floodplain restoration on Burge Street.
Yes.
I find that very exciting. Yeah. It's not going to be the town's land, correct?
No, the operating assumption from Vermont River Conservancy, based on conversations with previous select boards, is that once the project is done, that it would become the town's land.
Okay. So I guess my question is, because I'm excited about that project and the construction's happening in FY24, and it's not town money going into that. That's federal or state or a mixture of the two.
Federal
Yes.
and state.
So is there any, and this may not actually wouldn't be in your department's budget, but it would be somewhere in FY24 budget discussion and consideration. Is there any place where the town could consider putting any money in with the actual construction and implementation of the plan, or anything additional on top of it, in your knowledge, that could like help make it better, or that, because I think in case the public, like, this is not only going to be floodplain restoration, but it's going to be like a public accessible area with people where people can walk their dogs, where people can run and recreate. And so that's very exciting. We don't get that much land like that very often. And so if there's anything that we could put into the pot at this stage when it's being built, I would be really interested to know about it and consider that in the FY24 budget.
I can't think of anything off
Okay.
the top of my head. The FEMA funds, like between the FEMA funds and the state funds, I mean, it's funding trail creation.
Yep.
Kind of some walking paths, one of which will be ADA accessible.
Yep.
I think it funds a kiosk. I mean, there really can't be structures on the site because it is
It's-
floodplain
yeah.
restoration. And then there's going to be a river corridor easement on a good part of it. I think long-term maintenance of it is going to be something that we
Yeah.
need to consider probably, definitely for FY25 and
Yeah.
how we, what level of maintenance to the vegetation we want to give it
Yeah.
is something that's going to need to be addressed.
Okay. Yeah, I figured that might be the answer, but I wanted to ask, because if there was something like, if we had X number of dollars, maybe we could put this one thing in that was being considered, but it wasn't covered in the FEMA funding or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think, interpretive signage.
Yeah.
There will be, with federal EPA dollars, there's a requirement for some historic signage there,
Yep.
but there could be something more with the natural function of the land. So,
Yeah.
there could be public art, there could be some more benches and that kind of thing.
Could there, in public art, like something like that wouldn't impede the floodplain?
Would depend on
It would depend on okay.
what the art is.
But all of that could happen in FY25 once the project's over as well.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Liz.
I just want to comment that one of the many beauties of this project is that other people are building it for us.
Yeah.
And I think that we could save our money for the skating rink.
Yeah, also a fair point. I it's just one of those things I think, even before I was on the board, this is like one of those things I always thought was like when I'm running or something, and I think, boy, wouldn't it be great if there was like a bench here, or like something like, I'm not thinking of a particular park, but just generally. And if I was on a select board and I had an opportunity to ask the question, and it was like, well, yeah, we could have put benches in, but it didn't get covered, so we didn't do it, or something like that. I just wanted to make sure that.
Just
we
keep
didn't miss
running,
anything.
Ian.
Yeah, there you go.
Just keep running.
Yeah, don't sit down. Yeah. But yeah, point well taken, Liz.
Can I just add, I mean, I think one thing that we need to probably start planning for, I'm not suggesting it's 24 with this, but maintenance, along the maintenance line is invasive species, right? There are a lot of invasive species on this property, and, you know, some of it's gonna be taken care of, at least initially, with the construction of it, but it's gonna come back. So I think that's something that we as a municipality are probably gonna need to think about in the future.
Is there a lot of are we adding a lot of new tree maintenance too?
There will be plantings, you know, in the river corridor piece.
Yeah.
Lots of new trees planted, but I think the idea of that kind of area is to just kind of let it grow up, mature, and kind of leave it. It's not supposed to be a heavily pruned place.
Yeah,
Because the trees are gonna, you know, serve part of the floodplain.
exactly. Okay,
So.
so maintenance. Yeah, maintenance and invasive species. Okay, board members, other questions before I turn it over to the public? Okay, I don't see any hands on Zoom yet. Any hands in the room? All right. Well, in that case, Sue, thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And we're going to move on to new business agenda item 7B2, FY24 Budget Police.
Yep.
And I'll invite up, who's joining us tonight?
Chief
Chief
Hardy.
Hardy?
And I'm not sure, but I thought I saw Lieutenant Evans in there.
Detective Lieutenant Evans?
Yeah. And while the Chief and Detective Lieutenant Evans make their way to the table, and before they begin their presentation, I'll just speak, as I did earlier, to the staffing line items. I'll point out that we are now on page 13 of the budget.
Thank you.
And I would point out that department head salary is a person of one, that'd be Chief Hardy. And Chief Hardy is still new to the town and working her way to the top of her pay range. And her particular increase would also include the proposed cost of living increase of 5% for all the other staff. Within the staff salaries, I did a quick calculation on the number of employees there. We've got 26 officers, an evidence technician, an animal control officer, and 3 clerks for a total of 31 staff in the staff salaries department. Many of these employees, in fact, all of them, would be eligible for one sort of step increase or another, depending upon which particular collective bargaining unit they are in. And they also would be included with the 5% cost of living that's been proposed for all staff. And with that, I'll turn it over to the chief and let it rip.
Welcome.
Hello. I'll just ask that you excuse me. I've had to have some surgery done, so
Oh.
if I'm speaking a little slowly. You'll understand why.
Yeah.
So going over our budget, I don't really have too many changes for the new for fiscal year. So Patrick covered really what my changes are. But we did come with also a presentation as to enlighten the public a little bit about what's going on with the department, which I think is important when we are talking about budget time, and just to let the department know what we've been up to these past few months. So.
Excellent. So I think we're going to.
Can you turn this on so I can hear better? Thank you.
Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so one of the things we wanted to just to put as a visual, what I think is a lot, especially with the community and itself, to give the community an idea of what we talk about when we talk about some of the things that we're dealing with as far as staffing, pay, and compared to other departments within the region, compared to the budget, so that you can see our budget is not unreasonable. We took some of the towns that have the same amount of close to the same amount of residents in the communities and and towns that are like us as far as the number of police they have. Next slide, please. So when we talk about Brattleboro, because most of the conversations, especially lately, have been on the crime rate, the amount of burglaries that we've been experiencing, property crime. So some of the things that we talk about are what could be causing some of these situations within the town. And, so just some information, the unemployment rate is at 2.90% as of September. So we're 2% higher in Brattleboro than Burlington, which is a larger community, and 8% higher than the state of Vermont. And I think that is a reality check for a lot of people that live in town when you have these situations and some of the crimes that we are seeing. We're 221% higher than Vermont average and 90.10 higher than the national average at this time in Brattleboro. Our crime rate is per 1,000 residents is 44.98. And this is all stuff that anyone can look up and, and verify. We utilized Neighborhood Scout. We utilized travel resources and websites that people use when they want to come to towns. I use them all the time when I travel. So that's the way I went for Brattleboro, some of the Brattleboro numbers. So knowing that, and knowing that our violent crime rate is not as high, but all of our other crime rate overall makes us a higher crime rate than in the entire state. At this time, Brattleboro is number 2 in crime, in the highest crime rates. And I believe we're only surpassed by St. Albans at this point. So, which means within the past year, we've bypassed Rutland. We have burglaries that have increased from last year by 37.25%, assaults have increased by 15.38%, and sexual crimes have increased by 26.47%. And these are things that, I bring this up because it gives you an idea of what our detectives are also working on all the time. Because when people ask, well, what do the detectives do as opposed to what does a patrol officer do? And our detectives handle investigations, right? Lieutenant Evans oversees our detective department, which they have, how many open cases right now?
Mid-80s. Mid-80s.
Mid-80s in open cases, and that's just detectives. And keeping in mind that patrol, each officer handles their own caseload. So our officers right now, even with the shortages that we have, we're still answering over 800 calls per month with this shortage that we have right now. So my officers are working averages of 40 to 60 hours per week. Okay, this slide. This is just to show some of the fluctuations in what we're seeing. As I talked about, burglaries are going up, but you also have in our overdoses that we're seeing, what we're seeing that's interesting is the rise in fentanyl possession. So if you have fentanyl, heroin, things that you would usually have if you go to like you can have an overlapping crime and have someone that is also possession of these drugs. I think it's important for the community to realize that we are seeing a big influx of fentanyl. And unfortunately, seeing that, we're seeing overdoses more often. And next slide, please. Okay, this is a little informational tidbit that I wanted to add today because of what's going on with the burglaries in town. And when we hear people asking what we're doing about it, and if members of the community don't feel that we are doing our best, we are doing our best to solve these things. Some of them we feel are just crimes of opportunity at the time and doing those kind of overnight hours, which are things that we're working on to try to combat. But one of the things I wanted to point out to the public, what we're seeing, because you mentioned us having an evidence tech. So we're fortunate to have an evidence tech, and actually my evidence tech, I want to thank her for helping me put this presentation together today. And one of the things that we wanted to just remind the public about, little tips to help us with our investigation. If you have had a crime committed, and that's burglary or what have you, please try not to enter the crime scene, but to call us. If possible, block off the area where the crime took place until we arrive, and do not handle any items the criminal has handled that could possibly contain evidence. And this is all true, although it's not how on TV everything gets solved within an hour. That's not realistic. But some things are true, and I think that it's important that the public understands that, and picking things up is very, very detrimental to any active investigation. Next slide, please. So just to give you a snapshot, what I talked about with the workload that I am putting upon my officers right now. If you just look at some of the numbers, like I talked about, handling 60 to 100 cases on average monthly, that's each officer. And a lot of the cases they can't be closed with just one visit. Some of them take weeks, even months to research and to investigate. Okay. And as we talked about with CID, our detectives, if you look at the snapshot of what they've been handling and working with the 52 sex crimes involving a juvenile, ongoing homicide investigation, 42 deaths from this year. And from 21 to 22, same time frame, they've also done Windham County Safe Space investigations. And Windham County Safe Space has had 188. Our detectives have handled 101 of them. So that's to give you an idea of the workload that everyone is carrying, and so people can have a better idea of what we are putting upon this department. And then we also just had some numbers that we found out about, as Patrick mentioned, 31 in my department, and just some comparison numbers of some of the other areas like Springfield, Bennington, Montpelier, just to show, some of the numbers that they're having to work with as next to what I have to work with. Next slide, please. And here you have your crime rate comparison, which I've already touched on. And as you can see, Brattleboro is far surpassing some of these areas, including Burlington, who is having a rash of crimes right now. And like I was saying, we don't have we do have violent crime, but not the amount of violent crime right now. And I firmly believe that a lot of that is attributed to my office's due diligence. Next slide. So here we put this together just to show a snapshot of salary comparisons of us, the entire state, Brattleboro, and then some comparisons of surrounding areas. We looked at areas like Keene, Greenfield, Mass. We also threw in Connecticut. We talked about the pay at the 16-year officer can make at Brattleboro. And if you look at Montpelier right now, and their starting salary is 39% higher than ours is. Springfield is offering a $10,000 hiring bonus to try to get police officers. Hartford has secondary education bonuses that are at a higher percentage than Brattleboro's. And I cannot even press upon you enough that the Vermont State Police are starting salary of $68,000. If that doesn't tell everyone the dire condition that we are in as a nation with policing right now, I think that brings it really home. And I will say also, when you look at these numbers, keep in mind this: for us to hire an officer and have an officer available that can come out, be on the road and work, is a very long process. From the time that they're hired, that they go to the academy, there are only 2 academies a year, and the academy being at 19 weeks, and then they have to come out. After they graduate, they have to come to us. We are one of the few police departments in the state that we do FTO training. So we don't take an officer straight out of the academy and put them out on the road. They have to do 12 weeks of training with us, and they have to pass FTO before they can be on their own. So all of that is a long time. So we can spend a year waiting for an officer that's fully trained and fully ready to go out on the road. In comparison to that, I've been trying to get experienced officers to come from other places and come to work in Brattleboro. And last week, I offered an officer a job, and within, 2 days? We lost him.
Yeah.
Within 2 days, we lost him because we couldn't compare to salary with another department that he was offered. All right, and this was someone with 10 years' experience. So I would have been able to put him on the road in a fraction of the time. Next slide, okay. All right, so we also wanted to talk about the cost of living here a little bit too, because that's important, right? And when we show these things and we talk about these things, it's also to let the members of the community know that we are a part of the community. So we know these things. We're not outsiders coming in. And I am, even me, I'm not an outsider anymore coming in when it comes to these things that we deal with on a daily basis. And when I'm trying to hire people to come work here, these are things that come up, all right? The cost of living, Vermont in itself, the cost of living, we did some numbers with housing, food, childcare, transportation, and we also looked at average rent in Brattleboro. And that's a big one for us. We understand that and we know it because I have 2 new officers that I just hired recently that had to go through finding somewhere to live here, and they were transplants from somewhere else. One of them has still not found a place. One of them has fortunately found a place, but not for her entire family. She's found a place for herself so that she can finish doing her probation period with us. Next slide. And just a little information for you, because United Van Lines, which is well known as a company that helps people relocate to places. So we looked at information that they are giving about Vermont and showing how many people are moving to Vermont. If people don't realize that you're getting an influx of people to Vermont. Vermont is one of the places that people want to go. When I lived upstate during the pandemic, it was the Catskills. There was a great influx of people from the city into the Catskills. And Vermont is seeing a lot of that now, that people are wanting to come here to live. And thinking about Brattleboro, it's the most populous town along the eastern border of Vermont. So that also, people on people on people with no jobs, no homes, nothing to do, and addictions. It's going to add to some of the things we're seeing in Brattleboro. And so as this goes on, the next slide just shows some of the things that we've been able to find out. And just from talking to people also, because when we talk to people, even not just people that we have to bring them in, but people we've had to deal with that have committed crimes, I like to ask them, if they're not from Brattleboro, what brought them here? Why are they here? How did they end up in the prediction that they're in? And we get some of these answers from them. With the fire department, having to expand their residency, of course, we've had to do the same thing, and going back to having new officers, I have new officers that even if they found someplace within town, they can't afford the rent because they're new. So, next slide. So in my conclusion, I like this saying, I appreciate Chief Fitzgerald and his efforts before I took over this department. So I like the saying, and I always remember it, that, we recognize the difference on conduct of people who need our help, those who make poor decisions, and those who choose to victimize others. Because there's things that I live by, and I conduct myself in that manner. And I think that I'm fortunate that my department has come aboard with me, and that they all strive to do the exact things that I ask them to do. I think that as a whole, we need to really consider when we're talking about budgeting and we're talking about what we spend on things and what we do or do not need, to think about ways to attract quality officers here. Because it's not a matter that you can't have officers, you can't have officers. But to have officers that you want to be a part of this community, you have to think of things that will give them incentive to be here. And that is comparable salaries. You know, and someone said today, oh, you know, maybe we should have hiring bonuses like the other towns do. And I will say that hiring bonuses are fine, but they're not the answer. Because if you have steady salary and salary increases, that will keep someone there. But I also think that if you're going to do any kind of incentive bonuses, it should be for the officers that have been here, that have dealt with the past 2.5 years here in town and allowed themselves to be overworked, taken advantage of, and still come into work every single day and do their jobs. And that's the end of that presentation. Thank you. Thank you, Jessica.
Great. Is that also the end of your presentation?
That's
Or-
the end for that budget part.
Okay.
Yeah, because I think you had me on for a few things.
Oh, yes. Well, we'll do discussion on the budget first, and then I just wasn't sure if you wanted to speak to any item in the.
Let's see, since I didn't have any changes, really, I didn't have any changes to my budget.
There were a couple other little things that I could speak to if the chief's all right with that.
Yeah. I guess.
Couple of things that we did in this budget, as we did in many of the other departments. We removed auxiliary staff, or clerical staff rather, and incorporated that in with the staff salaries, which was the same thing we did in parks and public works, et cetera. So you can see that's been zeroed out in this particular budget. We also moved Project Care out of the police budget and put that in auxiliary services. I think that was noted previously. The adjustments to heating fuel, gasoline, diesel, electric, and utilities are the same method of arriving at a number as previously discussed in other locations. So with heating fuel, that's going to be a 5-year average. With gasoline and diesel, that's a 10% increase over the most recent year's actual. Electric is a 4% increase over most recent year actual. Utilities is a 6% increase over most recent year actual, and that's how those numbers are arrived at. And then lastly, down at the bottom of the PD budget, we've zeroed out the transfer to community safety fund, and as previously discussed, that can be found on the last page of the general fund budget with the other transfers out of the general fund.
Thank you very much, Patrick.
Thank you very much, Patrick.
Okay, in that case, I'll just turn it over to the board for questions and comments. So, board members. Daniel?
Yeah, I mean, there's kind of a lot to say. You know, the presentation begs a lot of questions. I think for the public, it's worth noting that the department budget, you know, is 2.5 million, well, nearly 2.6. If you include dispatch, which we should, it's, you know, it's basically 3 million. You know, let me just get into it. So there's a few things that came up in your presentation, one of which, you know, is crime rate.
Yeah.
Right? So you mentioned that you got the crime rate statistics from a variety of sources. Are you able to cite any of those sources for us? And could you sort of define for the public, like, what crime rate means?
Yes. So, yes, and I one was Neighborhood Watch. That's the one that I like to use. But you have also Snackability is another one. That's another travel site. You can go to some. Yelp didn't really have a lot of statistics. And some of them only deal with letters. And if you looked at the letter systems, we were like a C. And that takes into consideration safety factor, how safe someone feels by being there, school system, crimes, and that's how they come with ABCs. Some of them use maps and as far as letters and colors. What's another one we used? Those are the main ones that I could think of we used right now. And what goes into those crime stats are those factors. The safety, police, you go to police blotters, look at what kind of crimes the police are seeing, and these are public record. What kind of crimes police are seeing in specific areas. Some of them even split Brattleboro into sections, east side, north side, west side. I didn't go right into the weeds of who has a bigger, I just wanted to just give a general presentation for what we're looking at. And then also populace, goes by populace. And what else would it be in there? Is that everything?
I think you
I
got it.
think that's everything they use, yeah.
And so when we say crime rate, what we're saying is how many crimes occur in this location, like per capita,
Capita.
and what is defined as a crime, right? Because like in your monthly department reports, and on one of these slides, I saw overdoses classified as a crime. And I can also see in the backup material from today that EMS calls respond to overdoses and they're responding to them as medical situations.
Right. But
You
I
know-
don't, I just, overdoses, I don't consider overdoses crimes, though.
Okay, but on one of the
Overdoses-
slides, there was.
It's on there, and that's why, and that's when I explained that on that slide, you'll see a little star there. And that is just showing what we're seeing, and that was the separation point of what we're seeing as far as the crime, when we have the overdoses as our line, just to show what type of overdoses we're seeing. And that's what I was saying about the crimes are being committed, and then we're seeing these drugs, but we're also seeing this high level of fentanyl within our overdoses. So, so if I didn't make that clear, then I'm glad that you brought that up so I can make
Okay.
that clear. We
Yeah.
don't consider overdoses crimes.
Okay, good, because I didn't think we did either.
Do the statistics that determine the crime rates that you hold for reference for this presentation consider overdoses crimes?
No, I don't think so. I wouldn't believe so, but I can't say that for a definite, no.
Okay.
I got a couple more questions.
I'm sorry. I
Yeah.
just felt that. I just wanted
Yeah.
to clarify that before you continue.
Yeah,
Please.
thank you. I think using the crime rate information as a way to talk to the public about the department and what's happening, then begs the question, how do we feel about the crime rate, right? Given that the police department is primarily the part of town government that's bumping up against that crime rate, right? So we're saying we don't have enough staff,
Right,
that's just a fact,
right,
right?
Right.
And that's a known fact for some time now.
right.
I would say another fact is that the budget for the department over the last several years, while I've been on the board, has always been budgeted for the number of staff that the department, would like to have. Whether or not we have them is another story, but like we retained the staff salaries line at the level of staff in the department desired.
Right.
So when we see what we define as a high crime rate and an understaffed department, it's what I'm hearing, I think, is frustration, right? Like, we've got a difficult situation. We don't have enough resources to do the job. From a select board point of view, I think there are two pieces here. There's like collective bargaining, right? So when I've been involved in police collective bargaining, that's always been a good, honest exchange between the bargaining unit and the town manager's office and the select board, and we've arrived at what was been mutually agreeable contracts. And I expect when we get into our next round of bargaining, it'll perhaps be informed by some of the stuff that you brought up today. But this budget itself doesn't necessarily get into that, right? Like, the collective bargaining is going to happen outside of this. And if I step into anything that is wrong, please correct me.
No, I don't, if I may.
Yes, please.
I don't think you've said anything incorrect. We will have another round of collective bargaining that'll begin just after the new year. What is proposed in this particular budget is the cost of living increase that we've discussed time and time again, along with the existing STEP program that has been embraced both by the town and by the union. I think, the chief is going to be a strong advocate for her officers, and I
Wouldn't expect anything less.
I wouldn't want anything less. But there are some ideas there that, perhaps could hit the table in the future collective bargaining agreement. And, this budget is trying to prepare for that. But, those are sort of two different tracks.
Okay. Yeah, so I think, the tone I got from the presentation is we have a difficult environment. We have a department that unfortunately doesn't have the resources perhaps to deal with that difficult environment. But I want to say for the public's, benefit, that this department, this department, has been well supported by the select board and, during the time that I've been on it. And I expect that to continue. We want to see the police department, doing the work that you kind of described where you were differentiating between, victims, unfortunate situations, et cetera, et cetera. And, I can't help but feel that like this presentation that was given today, and it's hard for me to not come off defensive, honestly, but it kind of looks like, whoa, Brattleboro Select Board has said, we're not going to fund this police department. We don't care to give them enough resources. And I just want to kind of let folks in the community know. But that's how it lands to me. And I'm not.
Can I answer to that?
That's an impact, right? That's
And can I answer to that too? Because
Absolutely.
that absolutely was not our intent at all.
Right. Understood.
What our intent was to bring a more of an understanding for the general public because of things that I've been asked, because of calls I've gotten and for emails that I've gotten about what are we doing as a department for what's going on in the town. So I just wanted to just give some real information to the public. But I will say every day that I feel immense support from Select Board about what we're trying to achieve. This presentation was for the general public to understand that we also see frustrations in trying to accomplish what we need to do, but to also just give an understanding, because I think that a lot of things were only just thought of or not really accurate. And that's why I felt that if the public can see what we are doing and what we are, they would have a better appreciation of what we're trying to accomplish and what we are what we have been accomplishing, even with the short staff that we have. And that has been the only reason that we did the presentation.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Other board members? Patrick?
And,
Not a board member, but.
Yeah, not a board member. And at the risk of saying it too many times, the fiscal 24 budget for the police department is a fully funded department, so.
Liz?
Well, again, Chief Hardy, I agree that you have the select board support, and I didn't read your presentation in any other way except to expand upon, what we've been hearing over the last many weeks of select board meetings about the crime in our town, and that this is a presentation kind of verifying the anecdotal information that we've been hearing from the public about the crime, and that Brattleboro has crime. The nation as a whole has crime. Fentanyl is I read in the paper today, that in the national paper, the number one cause of death among young adults. So, I mean, this is something that we need to understand and share solutions with. And so what I see is the select board has supported, various changes to the union contract, especially during the pandemic, to support the officers and to retain officers. And I'm sure that will continue because, there is a disparity in salaries around the state of Vermont and neighboring locations. So I think that will bear out in contract negotiations throughout the year, but it's good for you to present to us at this time what the situation is. And it's just another impediment to having the full force that we need. And I think that some of the solutions that we've been talking about for things like the transportation center and crime downtown and neighborhood crime is something that you might like to address in terms of what you're doing with the staff that you have and what could be done with additional staff.
Yes.
And that type of information, I think, is helpful to us to understand. I think it's helpful for the community to understand.
Yes. And that's really been my entire point, because even when I'm not at Select Board, I do watch Select Board, and I see and I hear what members of the community bring to Select Board, the questions that they have. And so this was really, like I stated, just to give information. I feel like there's a lot of misinformation out there, and I think that people were forming their own ideas, and then they were spreading these ideas, and with that comes more people believing the misinformation. So, so that's why we decided to just bring it to the forefront, and then you can at least, if you say, what are you doing? I can at least tell you this is what we're doing. It may not be satisfactory to everyone yet. I hope at some point we will have the staffing that I can make it, but at least they know that we are taking everything that the public is bringing forward, very seriously. And I will add also that with any of these burglaries that we've had in town or any of these other incidents, I go out to the people, to the victims of these crimes, and I spend time with them. I go to their establishments. I have meetings with them. And even members of the public that don't want to come forward will call me or email me, and I will make arrangements to meet with them to go over their concerns. So, so with that part of the public knowing this is what's going on behind closed doors, I just felt like it needed to be that there was more information brought out right on the table. And then at least when you discuss the information, everybody has the same information to discuss.
Jess, do you have any? You've got. I can see sort of a list there. If you, I think, can I speak for a moment then before I let you get into it? I think in that case, with all due respect, Chief Hardy, I think in the future, if we're going to put data in front of the select board and to the public, we're going to need citations and actual references so that we know where the data is coming from.
Okay.
I think that while it is very helpful, and I completely agree with you that we want to have everybody be on the same page, I leave your presentation feeling both extremely concerned and also very unsure as to the validity of some of the data because I don't know where it came from.
Okay, and that could be on my, that's on my, when I printed them, I actually thought that the sources would print with it, and they did not.
Okay.
And that's on me because I didn't realize they don't print.
Yeah.
Like,
It's not, that's not like, I don't think that you would not present good data, but more that like when we don't know where it came from, it just makes everybody question where did it come from,
and
right?
that's fair. So, and like I said, that's fair.
Yeah.
And I can present where it came from, because I have it on the PowerPoint itself in my computer, and I thought once I printed it, it would show up because it shows sources. It shows sources when you're looking at it on your screen. And so I didn't realize it doesn't print the whole thing. So I can provide those answers for you.
And I think that you've spoken to some of them already. I just more mean that, this presentation is going to be in the public record. And so people will probably look at that. And then, so in the future, if it's got the citations and the sources for the data in it, it will be better for people to reference in the future. I simply, I state it, being very much on your team on this one, that I want us to be all on the same page so that we're, working with all the same numbers and we know where the numbers came from.
Right, understood.
Jess, did you have a question?
Sure, I've got some questions, which I actually have already emailed to Chief Hardy, so hopefully you've taken a look.
And so
And
I just wanted to pause for a moment. If you've got quite a few, why don't we go through some and then see if any other board member has a question, follow-up question on any of them?
absolutely.
And then
Absolutely.
This is from us.
Um, I was definitely really appreciative in your presentation of the real numbers that you're pulling from the actual numbers that you're pulling from call logs and cases that your officers are handling right now. It's really hits a lot, and I'm really grateful that we have such a great department working on this stuff. And it's alarming to me the rise in assaults and sexually related crimes, crimes that affect human beings, human bodies. And I'm so glad that those are a real priority of yours. So I have some questions related to the budget and your work, and also sort of related to the Community Safety Review report. So looking at how this and that impact each other, actually wanted to start with the IDEA committee. And I know the police department is a member or has a seat on that committee. So I would love to hear about what that work is like and how it gets translated to the department, and if that is a burden or cost, and if that's reflected in the budget at all.
No, the IDEA committee, it's not something that is paid. I don't pay my officers to go there. Actually, Lieutenant Evans and one of my other lieutenants, Lieutenant Petlock, attend the meetings and work with different members of the community, different members of the town, employees to, and actually I was at this morning's, and, we had a very in-depth conversation and learned a lot from another member of the community that wanted to come out and explain their pronouns to us and how to refer to them. These are some of the things that they do in the IDEA committee, and look at all aspects of life and things that affect not just Brattleboro, but community at large. So I'm fortunate that my two senior lieutenants have taken it very seriously, and they go to these meetings, and then they come back and they will tell us what they learned, because I can't always be at the meetings. And we take some of the things that are learned from that group, and we share it with our officers, and it helps them to be able to deal with some of the different aspects of being in the community policing kind of frame of mind. And so we take those and we use them, or if it's something that's really, really like we just need to straighten this out. When I do my research, because I pick and choose different times that I research what my officers have done, I read their report, I watch their body cam, and if I find one that doesn't exactly fit what we're trying to accomplish, I might come to Lieutenant Evans and say, hey, this is what we got. I want to make sure that this is clear to the officers, and he'll come up with ideas. And sometimes we utilize some of the things we've seen or heard at the IDEA committee. So it's not something that we pay people to do.
All right, thank you. That's really exciting to hear how that work and how that those values and learning are being operationalized. Thank you. Talking about accountability and data, the Valcor system,
Yes.
you transitioned to that
Yes.
in the last couple of years.
No, actually, it's only been 1 year. It's only
1 year.
been less than a year.
I just feel like I've been on the select board for so long.
Yeah, it's less than a year. It was only this month, wasn't it?
So
January.
January. It's only been since January.
I was just wondering, like, where does that fit in the budget since it is a new program, and how is this system impacting your data collection and ability to analyze that data?
Well, with Valcor, right now, Valcor would be another program, another database program we would need to utilize, and we would pay for that from our, the Vibers?
Yeah,
Line.
I think the line item in the particular budget relates to the old terminology, Vibers, VLETs.
Yes.
You know,
That's
in
what
the
it is.
future, we can rename that Valcor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great.
But
Should it
at
be
this
changed to this
time,
one?
Or data
Yeah, yeah,
system.
I mean, like,
Yeah, data
we can rename that.
but at this time, because we are new to the transition, we have not had to pay for it as of yet. We think till the end of this month, actually, because of the fact that all of the departments were transitioning statewide. We were giving basically a lax time to be able to implement it, get everybody trained on it, and then start to actually be able to utilize it. And also it's becoming a statewide initiative to collect a lot of the data that you are talking about too, to keep us all on the same level. So we've been working really closely with the Windham County Sheriff's Office to make sure that we're keeping the same kind of data that they are, keeping the same kind of data the state police are, that we're all staying on the same level of the data that we represent.
And so when it comes to using the data for oversight or accountability or operations, is that something you're going to do internally within the department? Do you envision the CPCC being involved in that? Like, what once you have the data, what do you do with it?
Well, I will tell you, ever since I started last year, that I have internally followed our data, especially when I first took over, and there were certain issues that came out, certain reports that were out, certain news reports that were out. One of the things I did was I went and I pulled a lot from the old system, which was the Spillman system, and did my own comparisons just to see what we were doing within Brattleboro. And I found some of the disparities I found for what was being reported. And I actually went to quite a few meetings with people in the community with those numbers in my hand, and some of the community leaders from the BIPOC community and so on, and presented these numbers to them, and let them know that I am paying attention to these numbers, and we do research that. I continue to do that. I try to do it at least probably monthly. At least once a month, we sit down and we go over what do we got, what are we using. And I will also say that when you look at the numbers, and one of the things that comes up is the disparity of maybe incarceration or tickets. And I will tell you that I would not have a problem at all for anyone to come and sit down and look at my data with me, as far as in Brattleboro, and look at, and another thing that I give my officers is discretion. And we understand that some of the hardships that people face that may have just been in a situation where they weren't paying attention, And I think that if anyone came and sat down with us, they would see that compassion and utilizing discretion when it comes to any of our traffic data.
I'm just looking around.
Yeah,
Anybody
no,
else want to chime in or anything?
No,
Keep going.
You got your list.
Okay. Yeah, I want to say when I went on a ride along with one of your officers this past summer, I definitely noted the level of compassion and the discretion that he used around interacting with different community members. It was very heartening. It was very wonderful.
Thank you.
So the training budget. One of the community safety review recommendations was that we the select board freeze the training budget.
Right.
For
Yes,
that year.
for that year, to give time to assess how, not the mandated training, but discretionary training, diversity training, how those trainings were impacting the officers' work, how receptive they were to it, and assess, and utilize community members to identify trainings that were either harmful or beneficial, particularly.
Right.
So I see the training budget is still level funded at $12,000. Yeah. Well, actual budget to budget.
Yeah, we haven't.
27.
20. Oh, I just okay.
Yeah.
I just looked at the wrong line.
You're one up.
Okay.
What is it?
Oh God, I'm getting old. Okay.
Tell me
So
about it.
the question is, 27,000. Does this empower you to address the challenges that were identified in some of the data around bias, mental health response, working with DCF, or is one of the next items that we're going to discuss tonight helping that number stay low?
One of the items we're going to discuss is going to help that stay low. And I will say this also about training. I was fortunate when I came onto Brattleboro Police Department last year, and when there was the conversation about training and the training budget. I was fortunate because I was able to reach out to individuals that I have dealt with in my 30 years in law enforcement and ask them to basically, like, what do you do, who do you know, and who can I talk to? And I was fortunate last year to get a worldwide known team to come and do de-escalation training with us. That it was remarkable because of the fact that this team were on their way to Hawaii to teach de-escalation tactics and dealing with the homeless population in Hawaii, which is growing. And they took time to come out and stay with us for 3 days and train, my officers in de-escalation techniques. And that was only because I had a favor from somebody that, can you come and just give us some of your training? I do see that line changing, and I do see a time where I will have to ask for that line to change. I did not see it right now because of the simple fact that I am spending so much time and effort into just growing the department and getting the department to where it needs to be. So that's why you don't see the change for this coming year, because I'm hoping by the time I'm here again next year, I will have a good number of other people to talk about in my staffing numbers.
Excellent. Anybody else?
Keep going.
Oh,
Patrick, did you want to?
Actually, yeah, can I just chime in? I know I haven't spoken to it in a little bit. It's probably been a month or so, maybe 2 months. But, the administration remains aware that there's a body of work related to recommendations that were included in the community safety report. Some of that work involves the police department. I think some of that work doesn't involve the police department. I think a lot of that work probably involves the town manager's office. And, it has been work which has been unfortunately backburnered for much of this year for a variety of reasons I think we all are aware of, including, just an absence of staffing. And that's work that we plan to address in the coming new year, with both hands. So,
And what's the change in the new year?
the change in the new year, it's going to be 2023 this time.
Yes. Thank you.
And we'll have a new town manager,
There.
John Potter, and
I met that guy.
have had communications with him already about that report. I've
As have I.
made
Yes.
it aware, I've sent it to him, we've discussed it. I know I and the chief, plan to dive in where appropriate with the sections involving the police and, That's work that's coming in the new year.
Daniel.
I believe he also binge watched a lot of our meetings that involved all of the kind of context around where that report came from and like how the select board felt about it
Yeah.
and the staff felt about it. Because it's important to understand the history of that. And, you know, that is a still live kind of issue that is not fully settled, I would say.
That's good to know. I didn't know that.
Jess, please.
And has he also been apprised of the updates to that report that the Peter Elwell provided to us at various increments, including the one that ended in the December before he left?
December.
Yeah.
He has.
Great.
We're looking at our 8 o'clock kind of
Comfort break.
time. Would you like to kind of move through your questions and we can break afterward, or?
I'm one page through like 2.5 pages of questions. So I think we should take a break.
All right, let's take a break now. Excellent. Okay, so we'll take a 5-minute break. We'll come back around 8:05. Thank you very much. All right, BCTV, we good?
We're ready.
Thumbs up. All right, we're resuming. We took a little bit more time. I made a cup of coffee. We're resuming the Brattleboro Select Board meeting. It's 8:14. I think where we left off was a Jess question, if that's accurate.
Sure.
Do you want to resume?
Sure, I would love to.
And we're in the middle of the Brattleboro. We're in the middle of an agenda item, Brattleboro Police Department FY24 budget discussion. Sorry.
Indeed, we are. So, the next question I have is about equipment. The community safety report recommended the police department not accept any militarized equipment, and there were some concerns around the level of use of force. So, could you talk a little bit about the equipment that you purchased this year, the new weapons, as well as the bowler wraps, and how those two things are impacting, or if you're investing in both the maintenance and of the equipment and the training to be able to use those equipment.
Okay, go back, bowler wrap. We have not purchased bowler wrap yet.
Oh.
We had permission to purchase bowler wrap last year. And during that time that I got everyone trained that could train all the other officers, bowler wrap upgraded their system and upgraded the actual devices. And I hadn't had enough time to study how will we be able to implement that. And also from attending the academy, I attended the police academy, Vermont State Police Academy, and took use of force for a week. And some of the questions that came up within that class, I have not been able to actually answer as far as the using of bowler wrap, and I want to make sure that it's the best tool available for us to use it before we purchase it. So, go ahead.
And just to clarify, bowler wrap is a non-lethal device.
It's a less lethal device.
Okay.
We tend to say less lethal.
Thank you.
And just to, because it was a year-long conversation, but bowler wrap is a device that instead of having to resort to perhaps a taser to have someone under control, bowler wrap's idea is that you can wrap the person up in this flexiband kind of thing that can keep them immobile enough for you to have control of them without having to utilize a taser or any other step of use of force. It's something that I'm still very excited about. And actually, in the past month, I've been able to go and talk with other departments in Vermont that have purchased them, and a couple of other chiefs that have purchased them, and really, I haven't seen a lot of usage of it, but they are, other chiefs have purchased them, so I'm just trying to find out more about them. And I actually have been in touch with the vendor. And so another thing about it is that it's being used nationwide. So there's the supply and demand of it also. Because now I will have to have my people retrained to utilize the new units. So that's why we haven't moved forward with it.
And so I have a question on that, spending wise. The select board approved purchase of them a while ago.
FY23?
Is that funding still available for that purchase, or
I'm gonna need to get educated on this.
Yeah, because we
frankly-
didn't, yeah, I think we didn't, I had funds available within the police department to utilize for that. So, and, that, because we had, wasn't the, remind me please, what do you call it? The fund that we can utilize to have, police equipment, police things.
Chief, are you thinking operating or capital?
No, it wasn't in, it was in my, when you take a car, when you take the money, drug deals, what do you call it? We're both so tired, I'm sorry.
I'm done.
Yeah. It's a fund that we had, that we were gonna be able to utilize the money to buy them,
sure?
within the department.
Wait a minute.
And we didn't use it.
Discretionary?
No,
Yeah, it's
I think- is it the one with the recaptured funds?
Yes, recaptured funds, right.
I forget what that one's called.
Yes, right.
But-
So that's what we were gonna use to purchase them, because the purchase was not, I could purchase that for the less than the $10,000, because I wasn't buying them for the entire department. I wanted to buy like 5 of them to put them out and see how we were utilizing them. So, and we haven't done that yet.
And you are getting new guns,
Yes, eventually,
and
we made the
maintenance.
purchase.
on those.
I'm sorry?
Yes, just tell me about that and how it might impact the maintenance and equipment and.
Well,
our-
yes, because what happened as far as the guns, when we asked to do the guns purchase, that was in capital budget, and that had been in capital budget and slated for 2 years ago. And then it was not utilized to replace the guns. So and then we got to the point where the guns that we currently have were getting wear, tear, and other issues. And so I took that as an opportunity to also change the caliber, which can save us money in the long run, because of the ammunition for the new guns will be less money and easier to buy.
I have a question.
Yes.
What happens to the old guns?
We will, right now, we have a vendor that will buy back some of the old guns, which we can utilize to get new ammo. And also will give individuals the opportunity to purchase their guns if they're in good working condition. So we don't keep the old guns, they go back to licensed dealers.
They don't get destroyed.
I don't know, in the, before, they used to burn them. I'm sure they did that in Vermont also. I don't know what the, once we sell them back, we have nothing else to do with them, but it's all someone who's licensed to take possession of them.
And if I may, I think the starting point of your question here related to sort of military equipment. And my understanding is that the police department no longer accepts military equipment, and maybe the chief can
No, we
confirm that.
no, I have not even seen any military equipment.
And
No.
that was identified in Peter Elwell's memo to the select board last December.
Yep.
Yep. Okay, can I keep going? Project Care.
Yep.
So I know it's been removed from the police department budget. A year ago, Peter's report said the funding for Project Care and the administrative oversight of Project Care will be transferred to Turning Point. But BPD is still communicating with Turning Point and playing a support role in Project Care. So now that the funding has transferred and the administrative oversight has transferred, do you find it is still an effective program, and is it still functioning the way it was envisioned and hoped for?
I think that what we did with that is gave it an opportunity to be even better because of the fact that what we were doing was actually handling the money part of what they were accomplishing. And we felt that to give them more autonomy and to make them more self-sufficient as far as handling their own financials. And, of course, with any support we could give them as far as questions, because, the money goes to things like transportation, stuff like that, other services that they offer. So I felt that it was time for them to be able to grow, so to speak, and be able to handle their own finances. I will say that since the police department created Project Care, I don't see that as that will ever be a completely separate entity from the police department, because the officers that sat down and created the program are very well invested in it. We have a great working relationship with the individuals that are running these programs, and they're a great resource for us to be able to use. When we have somebody, we have their card, we can just give them their card and say, if you want, help, call this person. We have a great working relationship with some of the peer counselors that are out on the streets. So the relationships are there, but it's not that it's like more of we're not overseeing more as than having a working relationship with them. Well,
Great. Just a couple more. The next one is really a question about number of officers, and you touched on some of the challenges the department is having, and we may talk about some solutions later on the agenda. But let's see. I think I was wondering, there are a couple of things that were recommended in the community safety review around lifting the burden from the police department, putting it somewhere else, of things like the community policing and public speaking, animal control and animal safety, things like that. Are there elements that you're considering in this budget and thinking around how you best utilize your officers, and how, or if there are other responsibilities or tasks that could be assigned to either non-police within the department or other departments in town?
well, I think that that's one of the things that that we'll be speaking on for another part of the budget, is some of the ideas that we're trying to float forward to handle some of these overburdened things. I know you spoke about ACO, and I'm sorry, what was the other?
Animal control and public speaking engagements.
Oh, okay. That was something that is something that I feel is important. I didn't, some things I really just have to have deeper conversations and questions with that I read that were on the report, and I've been able to have some conversations with some elements of people in the community that have thoughts on the report, were involved in the report. And, so that gives me a better understanding of some of the things that were asked or put forward to put into place. I think that the speaking engagement part and the community involvement, I think that needs to be. It's not something that I require. To me, that's like a forced thing. But just, I do it myself. So my officers are engaged. But I will say, as far as something that is like structured, that we get requests all the time from people that want us to come speak. This past 3 months has been people asking me, when am I doing Coffee with a Cop? Because I haven't done it. So there are people in the community that do want these things. And I think, sometimes I'll say, well, I want to make sure no one is under the idea or the impression that I just go, well, I just want to do Coffee with a Cop, or I want to do this, or I want to do that. No, I feel like if I'm out in the community, my officers are going to be out in the community also, and they're going to deal with the public. and doesn't have to always be in a structured way, you know, but we're in the community, you know, and when people say, oh, okay, no police at schools, but then we'll go stand outside and all little kids come running over and they want to jump all over you because they're in awe of seeing a police person. And I can tell you that since that's what I've dealt with, especially with little kids, because they're not used to seeing too many police women here. And I will tell you that my female officers tell me that all the time, that little kids are just run over to them because they're just in awe of seeing a lady, you know? So I think that sometimes we have to take a step back, is what I'm saying, on some of the things, then how they're presented and how they're construed, you know? And that really was, like I said, my idea of why I wanted to do a presentation, to give more information, you know, and I realized that giving more information, I had to do it in a certain way. I was not aware of that, but with good intention, absolutely. So that's one of the things that we talk about with community interaction.
Great. The last question I have is just, there's a line in your budget called crime prevention.
Yeah.
I'm just curious, what is that and what's
When
it
you,
for?
Greg, and them go talk, can you do that?
We've used the crime prevention line, we've used in the past for purchasing different crime prevention materials. For instance, this year we've done a lot of structured engagements with Windham County Safe Place, where we send detectives to various community groups or to schools throughout Windham County to speak on internet safety and body safety for children. So we'll have various tools or brochures or other things for them related to that, as an example. In the past, we've done other things related to safety at home, for domestic violence victims, or safety at home for like burglary victims, or different ways to protect your home or keep your home safe. But it's for those types of materials.
And slap bracelets.
Yes,
and
done
stuff.
those
We have
before,
the
yeah.
we do
We did
slap
that for a
bracelets
couple
for the
years,
kids,
Dangerous.
for the children, so that, you know, because it's you can see it in the dark, and that's just something for the little kids, that if they're walking around in the dark, you can see them. So we'll buy those.
That's great. That's great. Thank you. That was my list of things. You know, one of the reasons why I wanted to bring all those different questions up was because, you know, they show up in the community safety report, and I really appreciated it a couple of weeks ago when we had some folks saying, why are we not talking about this report? It's in the consciousness. It is impacting the work that you're doing and the wonderful things that you're doing in the department, and it's reflected in the budget as well.
Absolutely. No, Jess, thank you very much for, taking the time to prepare those and being ready to, and, as I just messed up my coat.
Ian, one more
Yes.
thing. I just want to emphasize that in Chief Hardy's presentation, she talked about sexual crimes against juveniles. And so when Chief Hardy's talking about crime prevention with children, the seriousness of that is not lost.
Yeah. Fair. Okay, so I think we've had a lot of hands up in the Zoom room for a while. I appreciate everyone's patience as we went through the select board questions, but we'll move to the public now. I'm going to start with a hand in the Zoom because I've seen them up for so long. Jessica, my eyesight is getting worse as the year has progressed because I definitely can't read the first one.
All right, Alex Fisher.
Alex, welcome.
Hi. Hi, everyone.
Ooh.
Oh, is that very loud?
It's very loud, but that's on our side, so we'll figure that out. But you go ahead. We can hear you fine.
Okay. Thanks, everyone. Hi, Alex Fisher, RTM District 2 Rep and Finance Committee, but also just public person with some questions. Appreciated, I guess, one of the things I want to say is, as a finance person, I appreciate always a visual presentation with a budget. So very much was cheering for charts and graphs and things. I think there's a few just sort of like underlying things I'm curious about and wanted to state. It feels a little funny to kind of go wide lens right now, because I feel like, Jess, your questions that we just got into were like very amazingly detail oriented. So one of the things that I think was coming up for me in the presentation is sort of the assumption and correlation that an increase in policing results in a decrease in crime, and that is not always true. And so really thinking about what are the other ways in our communities that we are addressing crime and addressing the underlying causes of crime. And so as we saw from the presentation, which I appreciated, cost of living and housing are key issues here. And so one of the things I'm really curious about is, how are we addressing the housing crisis that is affecting all of our public institutions and the hiring and staffing for all of our public institutions? So the library wasn't able to hire people because of housing issues. The fire department, the hospitals, the schools, like everyone is having housing issues. And so where are we actually investing town money into housing, which also is going to secure people's livelihoods and decrease a lot of nonviolent crimes when people have secure housing and have secure, stable places to live. So sort of just really thinking about how are we redirecting funds from raises or investment in more police officers, or even maintaining the current roster, towards other bigger systemic issues in our town and in the region, and also just in our economic system. There is nationally a shortage of hiring across the country. So it isn't a Brattleboro issue. It isn't just our town. It is policing in general. And it doesn't seem like that trend is going to change. So also, how are we getting ahead of that curve as a town to think about, if people are not applying to be police officers, what are the other ways that we are creating community safety in our town? How are we being proactive about that and investing in other resources and programs and not continuing down the same path? So those are some of the sort of comments, questions of like, how are we actually diverting funds away from what is not working towards places that are working? And I don't mean that in a personal offense of anyone in the Brattleboro Police Department, but policing in general in the state of this country right now. The question I do have one specific question, which is, because the transfer to the CSR amount was moved out of the police budget and into the transfers section of the budget, when does that get discussed? Like that amount and or potential staffing and like what's happening with that fund? Did I miss that in a meeting previously?
Patrick? Sure. I think the board can discuss the transfers whenever they choose. I do believe it was discussed briefly on the potpourri evening, couple of meetings back, but the board can discuss it again, as you see fit.
But Alex, I can just speak briefly. A board member requested that we speak on the Community Safety Fund in January. Agenda setting committee is going to consider that, and I anticipate that we will be happy to put it on an agenda, so that I think, it doesn't quite speak to just all the transfers, but we're going to speak on Community Safety Fund. My hope is to kind of reveal the behind the curtain for a moment. My hope is to onboard John Potter a little bit, so maybe more towards the end of January, so that he can have be kind of a productive part of that conversation. Because I think having the town manager's office involved is going to be critical to the success of that fund. So that's kind of, I'm kind of speaking just as one board member here, not as the agenda setting committee, not really as chair, just so, but does that answer that question?
And I'll just say, if you want support in onboarding John from a community member's perspective, I'd be more than happy to meet with him and talk about what this side of that conversation was. So volunteering
Yep.
myself and hopefully others.
I anticipate that I look to as many community members that want to give time to speaking with the new town manager. I will help to facilitate that meeting for community safety funds, for just being a resident or someone who is in the town of Brattleboro. All those things, yes, absolutely, full 100%.
Great. And then, yeah, I think it's not a direct specific question, but for the board, just if folks have thoughts around where the housing crisis is playing into this sort of pre-request for increased salaries, and what is like the overall strategy for the town in addressing what isn't just a police department issue, but is going to be across the board hiring.
Okay. Yes. So we'll address that and we'll move on to the next. Well, unless Alex, did you have another question?
Not in the moment. If I
Okay.
think we'll get back in line.
Great.
So thanks.
I don't know whose hand was up first.
I just wanted to ask real quickly, we can talk about these transfers again in a more publicly clear way that people know that that will be the topic of the meeting, because I think it was in the agenda for the meeting we discussed it fell under other.
Yes, and so I guess I can reiterate, we can put all of transfers on that, or we can just talk about community safety fund, but basically,
Okay.
yeah, either way. I was just sort of meshing that question into
Yeah.
that request as one sort of element.
I just want to make sure if it happens in late January, it happens before we need to get the warning out to RTM.
Yeah,
If we have a change in the budget. Yeah.
in the budget.
Well, that's interesting.
About-
We'll get.
Okay, all right, I hear that,
Okay.
okay, heard,
Thank you.
yes. Liz?
2 points. First, I consider the community safety review conversation that the new town manager will be initiating to have two parts. And one is the policies and recommendations, and the other is the means and method by which this community safety fund will be operated. And of course, there will be town, community-wide input on both elements. The other thing regarding housing, I think we heard from Sue Fillion more directly on what the municipality can and should be doing to affect better housing in the community. And the funding, I do not see as my role as select board member to be municipal funds for housing in town, but directing state and federal funds, which there is considerable interest and funding in the state of Vermont that our legislators are talking about. And so it's that step of Sue Fillion directing the public, large and small, to creating housing is what the municipality is doing.
Daniel?
Pretty much agree with everything you just said, right? Like,
Wow.
Put a flag in that.
Yeah, let's revisit that.
we've
Make sure it was
agreed
actually
on stuff
accurate.
before. That's not the first time. We used to sit next to each other and pass notes.
Yeah.
Fisher is asking about, I heard two things. I heard, is this town budget going to divert funding from the police department to housing? So I think the honest answer to that question in the FY24 budget is no. And then the second thing I heard is what is the town doing about the housing situation? Because it's impacting hiring in this department. I can tell you from our town manager search, it impacted our contract negotiation with the incoming town manager.
Careful.
Oh, I guess,
Yeah.
well, that's public record.
No,
No, it isn't.
It's not.
All right, well, no, it is. Sorry.
Good grief.
It's a thing.
It's not that's anyway, whatever. Let's stop digging the hole.
Who was digging?
Me. So the question of what can the municipality do to build new housing? I'm not a professional in that matter. I'm a lay person, but my understanding is not too much, but we have, as you might have heard from earlier, when we were talking with Sue, is like we have this housing study which we commissioned, which professionals did, participate in, which suggests a number of strategies, and the implementation of those strategies is something that is kind of happening in the background, but we'd like to bring it into the foreground and place more emphasis on it early next year. Some of the answers to these questions are not super satisfying. It's like, wow, we haven't really got to that for all kinds of reasons in a kind of full and like deep way. But, we are doing what we can with it along the way, right? Like, so these community safety recommendations, there's still work to be done there. And yet also work has happened kind of quietly in the background within the professional staff who the town is lucky to have and pays for out of this budget. I don't know, that was a long-winded and controversial answer.
I like the first part the best.
That you
Liz,
agree.
I thought you might.
Jess, did you have anything to say on that?
Nope.
Yeah, and I think the only other thing I would mention on the housing is also that I'm not gonna speak for Tim because Tim's not here. Tim has spoken many times about wanting to have a very serious conversation about utilizing some amount of ARPA funds to address housing. So, and we're planning to have, as the board discussed in one of its last meetings, we're going to have our next set of discussions about ARPA funds in January. So, there are a lot of different elements there. And I think as what just came up tonight, we're also planning on having the planning department come back before the board with the housing study and recommendations for us to take a look at, see where we're at. And I think we could incorporate discussions about ARPA once we've seen that as well. So there's a lot of things. Obviously, it's a huge issue that I think is on all of our minds, and that we're going to continue to work to address. I'll look to someone in the room next. Yes, come on up.
Okay.
Just state your name.
Dale Joy.
Yep.
And Daniel, we talked about that it was not comparable to the Greenfield or Keene, that our police are getting so much less. And if we want to bring in a full staff, the only way we're going to do it is to raise their salaries, even just to honorably raise for them. We give people, the average citizen right now is getting $5,000 extra a year from the U.S. federal government. People don't know that. Even the working young people are getting it, which I think is wonderful. But why can't our municipality, you meet what they ask for? So that's saying something right there, that they're already getting underpaid. Think about it. Now, Chief Hardy, Lieutenant Evans, I have seen incredible change in the police department, and everybody knows I really keep an eye on them. You guys have done wonders as a group, the group you have, and I want you to know that. And you've worked a lot harder than I've seen in a long time.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, yes.
Would you like me to respond?
Yes, that too.
Okay. And speaking as one member of this 5-person body, so Dale, what you are speaking to is, maybe you want to stay at the mic because you might want to respond to me. What you're speaking to is your belief that the salaries offered by the Brattleboro Police Department are not competitive with neighboring departments. And what I can tell you and the community is that in the last collective bargaining negotiations, and please correct me if I misremember this, we looked at changing some of the salary ranges and also like the starting salary. There was a training salary that we eliminated at the request of the department, I believe. And one of the factors that was considered in like step changes and the request for an increase were like, you know, salaries for comparable departments.
I think it's very accurate to say that the last round of collective bargaining negotiations that was mutually agreed to by both sides was all about trying to position the salary range in line with the majority of departments around us. And also to focus, as you mentioned, on increasing the starting pay. So,
And is that collective bargaining reflected in the change in staff salaries between FY22 and FY23?
between FY22, it is between 23 and 24.
Right.
Oh, I'm sorry, I read the wrong. Between FY23 and FY24?
Yeah.
Yes, okay.
Okay, one little thing to say. When their rents, people come to town, the rents are incredibly high. So the first year, I don't know if you know anything about getting some of the landlords here in town to block off for police officers, because that is a very big possibility. And I know High Street Investments, they just give only to nurses, traveling nurses. They come for 3 months, 6 months, a year. And they might do it for your first year police officers as families. But there's others like them, I want to know. So if you want to try to pull in somebody, you might want to get a hold of some of the landlords and talk about that, to bring, at least get them here until they figure out what, if they're going to buy a house or what they're going to do.
Thank you.
Okay, any other board member want to speak to? Okay, so I think I'm seeing Judy Dickinson, is that, am I reading that?
think it's Davidson.
Davidson, great.
Hi. So I just want to express appreciation for Chief Hardy's report, and also to Alex's comments about some of the systemic issues that affect the crime rate in town, and Dale's comments about the need for increasing our salaries so they're competitive with other towns. And although I really appreciate all the work that Selectboard did last year in terms of increasing salaries, I think from what Chief Hardy was saying, there's still some room to really continue to make us competitive, because all the other towns are also seeing that need to increase salaries for the police. So I will hope that the Select Board continues to support that, as I'm sure they will, because all of us are probably had a bit of an eye-opening to realize that Brattleboro now has the highest crime rate in the state. Not an honor we really want to have, but it adds reality to what we've been hearing around town. So I appreciate that. And I'm also knowing that around town, there's a lot of interest in a substation in the parking garage. So there'll be a presence downtown. And I'm wondering if, and I know this will come up for discussion next year, but I'm wondering if there's a way to include some funds in the budget this year to make that happen, because I just believe that it probably will happen, but it will take funds, as we know, to renovate some of that space in the transportation center. But I know that people would feel wonderful if there was a police presence near that parking garage, because there's, as we all know, a lot of drug dealing and mental health problems in the garage. So it would be wonderful to see if this budget could include some of those funds, so that if a decision is made with the new town manager during the early part of 2023, that there would be sufficient money to do that rather than wait another whole year. So I just want to express my appreciation to the Select Board for their support of the police department, and to Chief Hardy and all of her staff for all that they're doing under difficult situations. So that's all I have to say, and really asking if it would be possible to put in some money for a substation, if that can happen next year. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Judy. So speaking to the question, so specifically, can we put money in the FY24 proposed budget about the proposal to put a police substation in the transportation center? It's a little bit of a cart before the horse because the board hasn't made a decision about kind of the policy question as to whether we are okay with losing rental income down in the transportation center for the parking fund, and also whether we want to use it for a police substation or some other use. At least that's my, and police board, correct me if I'm wrong there, if that's not where it's at. But so I'm not sure if we even have sort of a sense for whether the board supports that, and then also if we have a sense for what that cost would be.
Do you want to schedule such a discussion?
I mean, we could use this question as an opportunity to put a flag for discussion for FY24. I think the one question I would have to Patrick would be, if we did that, would that provide staff sufficient time to provide the board with at least a rough estimate as to what kind of funds would need to be allocated in FY24?
I can give you a rough estimate right now.
Well, I'm not going to ask you to do that, but if you really want to, you can.
I think it helps to put a little bit of this concept in perspective. I had a discussion with the chief and the detective lieutenant some months ago. Followed that up with a more detailed conversation with a project manager that the town has worked with, Steve Horton, who I know you all recall. And we had an approximate budget of somewhere between $500,000 and $750,000. It's a capital project. It's not it wouldn't be an operating expense.
Yeah.
And that would be, I'd have to refresh my memory, something like a 3,000 to 3,500 square foot, facility. And, whether or not that's the appropriate thing to do with that location, I don't know. And, I would, if we were to take on this discussion, I mean, this is the type of thing that I think needs quite a bit of work.
Yeah.
I can't recommend to the board, hey, we should throw $750,000 into the transfer to capital and, then decide later, should we do this? You raise a good point. Is the revenue discussion a discussion we need to have, want to have? Is the facility something we think is going to have a real impact on the Flat Street neighborhood? I don't know that it would. Would it be good? It'd be neat. I think there are folks out there who would feel better knowing that there's at least the possibility that there's an officer down there. I think it's also the case that, there's an officer down there now, in a sense, right? Our officers are not located at 62 Black Mountain Road because the department is situated there. Our officers are mobile, and their offices are vehicular today, I believe.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
So.
So, sorry, I don't mean to be rude, but I want to keep the conversation moving. Liz.
There are a number of things that would require like a law enforcement focused design study to see whether policy-wise and construction-wise, that's a feasible assessment. There's also community space that was identified, like in the snow block, and then there's another housing project coming next door to that. So I think that the overall neighborhood should be assessed for the feasibility of this project. And so I would be inclined to focus on funding a study. And I think that that study should also include public restrooms.
Other board members want to speak to that? Yeah, we will pretty quickly go way off base here.
That's
so
what, yeah.
Yeah.
your discretion here
Yes.
would be much appreciated.
Absolutely. So I think that all these points raised are helpful at understanding the seemingly simple, should we do this thing or will we do this thing? And so I think we should, gather information. When we have enough information, it's worth talking about it again at an appropriately warned time. And sometimes it's like, well, do you warn it and then go and get the stuff? Or do you get the stuff and then you warn it and you have the discussion? And so town staff need some direction on what to at least gather as information to even inform that discussion. I guess Patrick sort of spoke to that a little bit. And Liz has kind of thrown a little request out there that maybe the agenda setting committee will hear more about, maybe, or was that it?
January, I mean,
I-
when you had the
I gotta tell you,
discussion-
we looked at January
It's,
already.
I know, it's already
February?
Yeah.
How's February for you?
Jess?
I just want to put out there and circle back to what Fisher was saying about alternatives to policing and the things that the last speaker identified as challenges in the parking garage were, I think,
Drug dealing and mental health.
drug dealing, mental health, drugs, mental health, public urination. These won't necessarily be solved by policing, but maybe by having bathrooms and healthcare and harm reduction places and spaces. So just thinking outside of the policing solution, especially when we're understaffed for the current needs, I just think is really important and vital.
Yeah, which is why
I don't want to say anymore.
which is why I sort of led with this in we haven't even made a decision about whether we want how we even want to use the space, let alone
Thank you.
Yeah.
Maybe it should be part of the town community safety discussion that John Potter's gonna spearhead once he gets here.
Yeah, okay. If we want to think about it being something are you requesting that we put in a flag for a study on the Flat Street area and parking garage / public
In
bathrooms?
this budget?
Yes.
No. As
Okay.
part of the community safety discussion, yes.
Okay. All right. Well, Judy, yeah, real messy, but trying to answer your questions. Okay, so in the room, yes, come on up. An unfamiliar face who just
This guy is, I've
wanted
never
to-
seen him before. Peter Case. And I guess I feel like we sort of tangented away a little bit from the budget. So I kind of want to, just a bit, just to scope. I mean, all really good salient points, don't get me wrong. I think, these are all good things that are good for discussion. But if I could, I know that both of our police members that are here tonight made a presentation. I was just curious, in that presentation, those numbers that you show comparing other police departments and salaries and all that, is that at all, and I'm flying a little in the dark here because I haven't looked at the actual police budget as proposed, is that presentation at all reflected in what budget is proposed? Is my first question. So you is it a way to try to move the current budget up?
Well, okay, so to address, there's a really important part of this which has been addressed once already, but I would like to really make it clear. So I think the answer to that has to be no,
Right.
Because the discussion about
Just so we're
funding-
clear, I already knew the answer.
Oh, you did. Okay.
Yeah, no,
All right.
I did. I'm making my point by just
Oh, you're
saying.
building a case. All
I'm
right.
building
fair
a
enough.
case here.
All right. Well, go ahead.
And I know that I've spent the last couple of weeks talking to victims of break-ins and how that impacts them. And how many times they've been broken in, who's been targeted as simple. I mean, I had a lengthy conversation with the folks at the Automall who've been broken in 15 times. which seems obscene. Are we going to necessarily police that way out of it? Even if we had a full police department, I don't know if we could be on top of that all the time, to be fair to the police department. There are ways, though, I think, and this is maybe speaking above this local branch of office, that could be done more at a legislative level, that could address those problems. But to understand the impact each time that happens, I'll make the comment, and of course, now you have to fight with your insurance companies to get paid on the damage done, of which I'm finding out that the damage isn't meeting the deductible. I'm not going to file with the insurance company because they'll drop me if they do. And they're more and more, you're taking the local business owner and you are backing them into this corner in which they've just got to be feeling helpless. So I think some of the points that Chief Hardy made in her presentation, by raising the salary levels, giving bonuses for retention of current officers that are out there doing this job, 1.5 times as more than they're supposed to, is a really, I think that's a really solid thing to grab a hold of and consider. I also think paying people more allows them to meet some of our current rents, and we can have a separate discussion as to how ridiculous some local rents are right now, because I would agree with that. But if we're bringing people in at a higher pay level, it makes them easier. It makes it easier to move, so the housing becomes less of a problem. We are seeing more places opening up, but the costs of these places are ridiculous. So paying officers more, making sure that we're retaining the officers that we have that have been doing a good job and meeting the standards of this community is also really important. Now, I don't hold out any hope that we can change this in the current budget. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it is up for negotiation, but it is. Everybody's saying no. It's not up for negotiation.
It's a collective bargaining that
Right.
Patrick spoke to earlier. That's
But I think it is something moving forward that we really should take to heart. And I think in speaking to the crime, everybody that I've talked to has said that this select board has the back of these people. And I think that at our police department has echoed that to me personally, saying that working with this select board has really been better than other municipalities. So, I mean, my hat's off to all, 4 of you tonight, 5 of you when Tim's here, for doing that. The only critique I would make is that there has to be something else done for the immediacy of these people who are constantly getting broken into. And it really has been like almost epidemic proportion. I feel like people are getting broken into so much. I think we have to mandate masks again or something. It's just like it's at an epidemic kind of a thing. And I just can't believe how much it happens, how little it gets talked about, because people are already deflated after it happens. I just had a conversation with the owner of the Outer Limits, who, he's a small business working on razor-thin margins. So somebody throwing a piece of granite through his door, which is a $500 expense, and his minimum is $1,000. So it's out of pocket. I don't know. I mean, there has to be something that's done. I don't have the answers. I don't profess to have the answers. I've got starting points for conversations on how to get to the answers. But we have a tendency in this town to push things out to 10-year solutions. Every time we mention, systemic problems, I get it. And I'm not saying that any of those issues are incorrect. They are not. But right now we are working in this time frame of not 10 years, but like 10 minutes. Like things have to be done quickly and people have to feel that they're quickly. Again, I don't have all the answers. I've got a lot of great ideas. I'll spare them to you tonight, but I mean, it's an ongoing conversation that I really do want to be involved in. But I think my point being is the presentation that Chief Hardy made tonight, I think really needs to be taken to heart. And we really, as a community, need to be reflective and invest back in to the people who are investing their time in us. That's all.
Thank you very much, Fish. Board members, Daniel, unless... we're going to let board members respond to that, and then actually we're going to go Zoom first, and then we'll go back to them. Yes.
So, what you spoke to in some ways is the presentation that was presented to us sort of in lieu of talking about the lines of this budget, or maybe to flesh out like a kind of picture of what's happening in Brattleboro. And it was kind of informed by some crime rate data that, I don't know, I mean, we haven't seen, we do see a monthly department report. I would expect the department to be able to, you know, easily analyze trends in certain activity. And I know that you already kind of spoke to a monthly kind of process in which you do that. You know, one of the things that I saw in that presentation and what I just heard from you now, and what I heard from Judy earlier is, so Brattleboro has a very high crime rate. And so that begs the question, what do we think about that? What's to be done about that? And who is responsible for doing that, right? So I suspect there's a lot of people in this room today, you know, and I just feel like I want to kind of put that out there, right? Like when we say the crime rate is here, then it really does beg the question, what's to be done? And so you're talking about a certain number of businesses that had burglaries, right? So would it be a strategic question of like how to deploy officers that would reduce those burglaries? How can you prevent those burglaries from happening? I don't have the answer to that because I'm not a police professional. I know that these folks have thoughts about it, right? Does that stuff lie within operations within the town, or is it a policy decision by the select board?
Yes.
You believe the second?
I think it involves everybody that calls themselves a Brattleboro resident.
Yeah.
I don't think it falls on one single department. I don't think it falls on one single select board. I think it falls on everybody that's in this room, in part, to do something about it. I don't know what that is. I wish I do, but I know that there are power in numbers, and that's kind of what we're dealing with right now. I'm not talking about vigilante justice and putting on capes and flying around. I'm not talking about that at all. But there is a way for people to push back, to call out, and it doesn't involve every single time just, you know, involving the police, but maybe it does. I don't know. I know that with a department that is running just a little over 50% at capacity, I think that one of the people who talked tonight said that, you know, by adding more police doesn't necessarily lower the crime rate. I will push back hard on that. I think that it does. I think if you can cut a response time down from 5 minutes to 2 minutes, I think that you do, like people will second guess.
Right. And we're talking about responding to a crime that has occurred.
Yep.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Not responding to something to prevent it from occurring, responding after the fact.
But we've always been, I think as a society, I think we've always been really good at being reactive, you know?
Sure.
And I think that when we talk about anything that's proactive, we have to talk about prevention. I have to, at my personal dwelling, I leave my house as you could land a plane on my house. It's so lit up, because that's one of the things the police department will tell you is leave exterior lights on. You know, people don't like light shine on. So I do, and you know, knocking on wood, I haven't had an issue, and I continue not to. I lock my cars. There are flashing lights. I have cameras. I've got all of that stuff, you know, but we all know, and with alarm systems and all that criminals know how much time they have from the moment they throw the brick through the glass, climb in there, scurry around, and scoot out. I can't tell you how much video I have sat down and watching criminals run around rampant for 3 and 4 minutes at a time. So will additional police help do that? Yeah, and I think eventually it does. It quells the urge to want to do it. I'm not talking about a military thing here. I'm just talking about a common sense thing. If I think I'm going to do something, if I want to do something dumb, but I think I'm going to get arrested for doing it, I'm not going to do it.
Okay. Do you want to respond to that? And then I'd like to get to more community members. So,
Just a quick response to it. You're talking 10-minute solutions. You're talking things that need to happen right away.
Yeah.
But we heard from Chief Hardy, it can take up to a year to onboard a new police officer. So it would be great if we could do that.
You've also heard from Chief Hardy that she couldn't hire somebody that she could have put on the street tomorrow. So let's not forget that. She's talking about people that are coming out of the academy. We are trying to attract new people here. I'm not a big signing bonus guy because I think it's even though I like the idea of the attracting, but what does it attract? I don't know. There's an old saying, fire fast, hire slow. I think the staff that Chief Hardy is trying to assemble will reflect this community. So I trust in that. But I'm sorry, Jessica, I cut you off. Please finish.
Thank you. Did you notice my body language?
I did.
I appreciate that. Thank you for acknowledging that. I forgot what I was going to say.
You were talking about the length of onboarding a police officer, and then that's when I rudely interrupted you.
I have lost.
Well, you were talking about 10-minute solutions,
I-
how long it takes to onboard a police officer. It was a great point you were making.
It was gonna be.
It was going to be a great.
so good.
It was going to be a great point, but I just think again, if we're just empowering our police department to hire good people that we can put out on the street tomorrow, and develop that farm team, if you will, using a baseball reference, I think we need a little bit of both.
Well, and I want to say, there's nothing this select board has done that has prevented the police department from doing that. So. Just for the record.
No,
Because you're saying about
and
empowering, and there's nothing that has been.
by empowering,
disempowering.
let me just expand, meaning giving them the financial wherewithal maybe is a better statement.
I've got my
Collective bargaining.
I found my train of thought. Can I finish?
Yes.
Okay. So my question actually might be more for Patrick. So we have staff salaries in an amount that is appropriate to 27 officers, 25 officers?
27.
Okay. So
27?
my question is that number a select board policy, and is there no flexibility on how that is used other than specifically for 27 officers? Or does Chief Hardy have some flexibility in how she uses that bucket of staff salary funds?
That's actually really was an excellent point.
I was getting there.
That really good point.
I think there is some flexibility, but, for example, you wouldn't use staff salaries to buy items, right? And I think there's an item later on this evening where we'll be discussing utilizing staff salaries for things other than uniform officers. So stay tuned.
All right. Good?
Think so.
Okay.
I'm not sure, but we'll come back to it another
Yeah,
time.
if you've got another question you raised.
Well, I
I'm
guess
going to-
it's the salary thing. Now, I'm assuming, maybe this is my assumption, maybe it's incorrect. When you hire a police officer straight out of the academy, is there a maximum amount you can pay them? Is there a minimum amount you can pay them? Is it just
Straight out
like,
of the academy?
Yeah.
With no experience?
yeah,
There is there is a base salary that they get.
right. And
So they-
and that would be,
that's that.
that would be no matter who comes out of the academy, this is what we're offering.
Yes.
All right. So that answers that question. For, let's say, the officer that got away,
Right.
is there a base salary that this is the most I can offer you?
No, because we can offer it, well, yes and no. It's not a base salary, it's a range
I'm sorry, I meant.
for
range.
experience,
Right.
years of experience, for a certified officer. We can offer a little bit more because of the years of experience.
Right, and if you've hit that top end of that,
And that's,
and then that's it.
Right.
Okay, so that really did kind of answer my question. All right, thank you.
Yep, thank you. And just for my own clarification, the experienced officer that we lost or tried to get but ended up not working for us, would they have been able to work the next day, or would they have the 12 weeks training
No, we
that
wouldn't
you
have-
spoke to?
we wouldn't have had to, they wouldn't have had to have the time lost to attend the full academy because we could have waived them. And they wouldn't have had to have the complete 12 weeks. We would have been able to tailor it to what that officer needed to work in this town.
Okay. Thank you. All right, so I am looking at
Eli.
Eli. Yes.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you. We really can't see you, if that's okay.
I know, I'm in the nursery right now, and so you'll probably hear a baby, and you can see some of me. That's
Okay.
as best as I can do right now.
That's
Hang on,
just want to
maybe I
let
can do
you
a
know.
bit better.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
a little better. Yes.
There we go. There we go. Okay. You'll probably hear a baby. That's how it's going to be. Jess, you mostly beat me to my question because my question is about but I've got a bunch of like specific number variants on that. The current staff salaries line is 1.9 million. That accounts for how many possible officers?
20, I believe 27, 26?
26.
26.
26, right?
26. And how many current officers do we have?
What are we at now?
17.
17.
So we're short staffed by 9. If you divide, and sorry, let me just. So that's an average of how much per officer? 1.9, 19
Oh, but
divided by, oh,
There's some other
for Christ's
staff
sake.
to keep in mind
there
there.
there are other Eli, there are other staff in there too. So there's 4 clerical
Okay.
staff and
Evidence tech,
evidence tech dispatches in its own line.
dispatches its own line.
Yeah.
Evidence tech,
So it should actually
ACO.
be
And ACO.
an ACO. So that it was
32?
31, I believe, was the number
31.
mentioned.
31, but that's also including dispatch.
that's included.
So that's 26 officers, an evidence tech, an ACO, and 3 clerks.
Oh, 3 clerks.
The 30,
31.
1.
Good math.
31.
Right.
Okay. So
But how many?
that's an average of
Seven.
roughly 61,000 per person, and you're short 9 people. Would it be better to be hiring 3 people or 5 people at a higher base rate than that? And I understand this is not a question that can be immediately answered because you've got set salary ranges because of collective bargaining and so forth. But if it's possible to say, hey, let's aim for fewer officers at a better rate, can we aim for higher quality given the impossibility of hiring any officers at all at the current rates?
Okay. Sorry. Go ahead.
Hang on, I'm almost there. I'm almost to the end of my point. No, that was basically it. It's no, I had one more. I was looking through the notes that Peter Elwell left on his last meeting in December of 2021 also, and he mentioned that one of the things that Chief Hardy was going to do with Yoshi Manali was possibly revise the number of officers that the police department was aiming for. And so this is a related question: did any of that revision get to happen, or did that not get to happen this year at all because of everything?
Everything.
Okay, so let's I think the first question is a really good question for consideration in the collective bargaining that's going to begin soon. And I think that's kind of the extent. I mean, the board is welcome to speak on it more, but I think it is a good question. I think the second part, I actually like the whole time I've been on the select board, I've never really heard a justification for exactly why 26 was the number. Or 27. Well, okay. Yes.
3 shifts.
So we're talking about the difference between having the chief or not in the number. So let's say 27. Can you speak to whether the discussion about the number had happened at all, Chief, or if that's something that
That's quite honestly, that's something that was talked about last year, but I hadn't gotten around to really doing a good analysis of how many officers I need per shift.
Yep.
I will say that one of the things to look at is the fact that we are running short on our overnight shift. And that is something that has to be taken into consideration, the amount of jobs that we have. Most of the jobs that we have on the overnight shift, burglaries, downtown issues, And so those are things that I have to take into consideration with the number, how many officers we put out per shift, and caseload. And I have not been able to get a good analysis of that yet, because when I started out, I started out when I took over with more officers. And then I lost officers and I had to reevaluate. And so, yeah, so I haven't had a chance to really look into that, because really everything we've been focusing on is getting people to apply, basically.
Liz?
I just wanted to make a comment. Of course, the chief is doing everything that she can to get officers, but I think it's important to understand that our police department wants a certain standard of officer. And while Eli makes a good point, is that, we want better officers. It's not a money issue in so much as, we're going to keep with our collective bargaining system, but a good officer wants to come to a good department. And I think that, the reputation of our department, aside from the crime statistics, is of a good, fair, equitable department. And that in itself attracts a certain officer. And I just think it's worth mentioning.
Thank you, Liz. Other board members want to speak to it? Okay, and was there anything else?
I also wanted to state that when you talk about money and say higher quality, I think that even at any rate that we're hiring the officers, our officers that we are accepting to the department are already at a higher quality. If we're talking about, and I believe that it was more for the experience level, the level of experience, rather than the quality of the officer.
Good point.
Okay, we're going to move on to a next question in the room.
Yeah, Steve's the lose name. Yeah, I'll try to make this fairly quick. Chief Hardy, from the Port Authority, I assume you've seen it all, and you've got a tough job, appreciate that for sure. But you brought up the point of the transportation center having, a physical presence there, a part of a building to be utilized. I mean, I think people, or at least myself, I'm looking for some police presence. I think that's something that can be effective, whether it's, a patrol car and an officer. Visibility has some impact. I'm not saying it's gonna solve all the crimes. I think that's short-term is a possibility there, rather than invest money into a structure. Not to say at some point that, could be useful. You might need shelter and some type of equipment there, that certainly could be a good thing too. I just want to make one thing really quickly, a point of, one of the things that's out there as far as drugs, there's all kinds of drug problems, and they're all different. Years ago, we had the retreat here. We had people who had mental issues, they had drug issues. Now it's different. It's more varied. It's all over the place. It's certainly not a simple thing to try to solve. But OxyContin, for example, okay, that's been a problem throughout the country. It was created by the Sacklers and drug companies as a way to bring an opiate home from an operation, whereas before that, you had an operation, you brought Tylenol home. So this created massive problems, addictions. So what's being done about it? Okay, do you know anything that's being done about it in the past 20 years by any entities to really improve things? The board, do you know of anything?
Sorry, Steve, can you kind of...
Yeah, I'll make it quick here.
No, not make it quick. Can you just rephrase the question? I'm not quite sure what you're asking.
Yeah. Well, I'll make my point. I've had several operations in the past year and some prescriptions for OxyContin type products, and I try not to use those. But what's happened, the only thing that I've seen that's been done by the medical community is you have to be warned that these things are addictive. Okay? And I'm serious. So
I
that's the
understand.
only thing I've seen being done in regard to OxyContin. Maybe you know of other things that would be more effective. To me, that's not very effective. So a few other points here in that regard. What can be done about that? What can we do? I think about things like this and try to come up with solutions, and I'm not, any expert in any of these fields by any means. But it seems like a lot of the problems we have, at first I thought I would call it an apathy in this community, all communities probably, but maybe it's a matter of acceptance. We've accepted things and say nothing can be done, but we can't do that. We've got to come up with ideas that'll solve problems. Such as this. I mean, there are other ones, I'm just picking this one as an example. So think out of the box, so the medical community, my doctors that operated on me, prescribe these things to me. And are they really necessary? How much are they necessary? To me, I don't think they should be used as much, but the medical community thinks they are. Of course, the doctor will lose patients if they don't provide them with painkillers, because patients like painkillers to relieve pain. So, I know I'm getting really political here, but,
Yeah.
My point is, as a group, would you go to the medical community in a small town such as Brattleboro and say, can you use prescribe these things less, I mean, granted, this is this a fantasy or is it breaking new ground, But it's a prevention. My point is, it's a prevention. So you have less things to deal with potentially, with your limited forces, So, maybe you think I'm really reaching, but nothing's changed that I can see in regard to this one topic of OxyContin. And to make it change, something has to change. We have to approach it differently. And to me, the medical community, in my opinion, has to take responsibility for what they're prescribing and what the effects are on the community versus what it's really achieving for their patients. I think you got to rock the boat, to make things happen. And maybe myself, if I went to the hospital and mentioned this, they'll ignore it probably. But if people, maybe nobody else feels like I do, but maybe as a group, if some group does, and we have somebody from the hospital come into one of these meetings that represents the hospital, and I don't know the politics of the hospital. I'm not well versed in that. But I think then maybe that would have an effect and be an exemplary thing in a small community, even if it didn't solve everybody's problems. But that's about all I can say, I guess, is my thoughts. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Steve. Board members, I'll let you speak to this briefly, but while I agree that the opiate epidemic is absolutely very much a part of the discussion when we're talking about some of the statistics that the chief put up, talking about solving it and like the medical community is way outside of the discussion about the police FY24 budget. So I'm going to ask that we keep it pretty brief. But if you want to speak to...
Really briefly, what I just wanted to say was the organization Building a Positive Community does work around lots of different drug prevention initiatives, and you should definitely get in touch with them. They are awesome.
Daniel?
Yeah, I mean, the point that you raise about prescribed opiates impacting the health of our community is, I think, reasonably well understood. The actions that the board has been able to take around that, like we joined a lawsuit that was brought against all kinds of different players within that system. That
we're getting money from the lawsuit.
But when I think about like the impact of drugs in this community, my understanding from looking at data produced by the police department is we're talking mostly about heroin and largely about fentanyl when we're talking about overdoses that are, resulting in deaths. I'd be curious whether the police department has any information about the path that people took that ended up there. I don't know. I'd be surprised if we knew too much about it, but maybe the department wants to comment.
The only comment I wanted to specifically make to what Steve mentioned was that maybe not any specific drug, but the recognition that we were having addiction problems that weren't being taken care of or were being overlooked was specifically why we started Project Care. And that was several years ago. So the town recognized that and the department recognized that we had a crucial problem that wasn't being addressed and looking for new ways to address it. So we have been working, at least the department has been working towards addressing those things. Obviously, we can't do those alone, which is why we work through Project Care to coordinate with so many other agencies. And obviously are more than interested in working with more agencies if there's ways that would lessen that and help with both prevention and harm reduction.
Yeah. Patrick.
I'd love to chime in. So it may not be much, but I think one of the things that is being done, and I share Steve's concern about the, intensity of those narcotics that are getting prescribed. If they need to be taken, that's a decision between, patients and doctors. But when you're done with those things, I think it's really important to get them out of circulation, right? So if you possess some medications and particularly narcotics that are no longer going to be of use, I know the department has a drop box where those can be disposed of. It falls on each of us to recognize, I don't need this thing sitting around in my house waiting for somebody to break in and steal them and put these into general circulation. So the degree to which we can retire those medications and do so safely at the Brattleboro Police Department, I would encourage everybody to do so.
24/7, you can drop them off in the lobby.
I thank you very much for bringing that up, Patrick. I actually had one question about that. Would there be any use to having an event, I just think about in my hometown, there would be I don't know if it's municipality, but they did I'm trying to think of what it was.
Drug take back?
I think it was I don't know if it was drug take back. It was something like that. And it was a mobile thing. And the difference was, it's 24/7 at the police station. And I don't know, do people really go out there? Maybe they do, maybe they don't. But if it was somewhere for a day or a weekend, somewhere more in the center of town, I'm not sure.
Yeah, but drug day, right? Drug give back day?
We do have, but it is specifically at the department.
It's the department.
But
maybe
that
just
definitely, that is
advertising.
an idea that we could maybe look at bringing that to the community, to different places.
And we have a communications employee who could do that
That's
with
true.
the police department.
Yeah, or even just advertising the drug give back day more, even if it is just a drop off.
We've gotten away from advertising the one day, since you can do it. There was a time when a lot of places didn't do it continuously. You had to bring it certain times, and now we're at the point where we take it 24 hours a day. So we've kind of moved away from saying you can only come on this one day because
Come anytime.
we want you to show up whenever you have it.
Yeah,
basically.
yeah, absolutely.
But bringing it out to the community is an idea we haven't looked at before.
Okay. I think I've got Dick DeGray, Dick's iPad, making an educated guess.
Hello?
Hello.
Am I with you?
Yes, you're with us. We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Healthy discussion here on the police budget. A couple things, listening to the different speakers. In terms of the substation, one must remember that the transportation is part of the enterprise fund. And given the state of the space that's been vacated, In a prior conversation at one of the board meetings, it was going to take considerable funds to just get that somewhat presentable for a potential tenant.
Yeah.
I would think that that would be the case if the board decided that they wanted to put a substation down there, that the enterprise fund would be partially responsible for the build out of that guesstimate of $500,000 that Patrick was talking about. Because regardless, if you decide not to put the substation down there, you're still going to have to put considerable funds in there to get it somewhat presentable to a potential tenant. So I would make sure that you remember that when you're thinking about that the enterprise could be a big part of that, because I'm going to guess that the substation is going to have to pay rent to the enterprise fund. And so that's going to be a budgetary expense also.
Yeah.
And unless you come up with a deal where you say, okay, we're not going to pay any rent, and then we'll pay the full fit-up cost. So that's something that would have to be an interesting board discussion between yourselves, since you represent both parties.
Yeah, that is interesting.
So we need to inject a little humor in here to this late evening. When you talked about the ARPA discussion in later January, I hope that discussion is going to come up before the finalization of the budget.
Yes, absolutely. And I don't think I said the ARPA discussion was going to be late January. I was talking about the community safety fund. ARPA discussion is hopefully, like, I think we were looking at earlier, the 10th maybe. Don't quote me, because we're still trying to nail it down. But yeah, January, but January with the in mind that we could, if we're going to talk about 2024 budget and ARPA expenditure in 2024, it's got to be before the finalization.
Now, the other fund that you're going to discuss that you just brought up, is there money in this existing budget? You have $300,000 sitting there right now.
Correct.
Is there any money in this existing budget for that fund?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes.
How much is it?
50,000.
50,000.
So you're going to have if you don't spend any money between now and July 1, then you're going to have $350,000 at your disposal.
Correct.
One would think that if you find a way to use this, that maybe Chief Hardy, I'll save that comment. One of the things that really struck me, that the 37.25% increase in crime in our community, which I thought the chief said we were number 2, Judy said we were number 1. Either way, given that we are the sixth in population in the state, maybe 7, should be really concerning to everybody sitting at the table. That if we're not 2, we're 1, and if we're not 1, we're 2. That really opened my eyes, given our population, and it should really concern all of you. Mike, one question that I have for the chief, given the fact that we have 17 officers, and she talked about an officer that she was negotiating with, why didn't she has existing funds for several officers that we don't have in the fold. Why didn't she use some of that money, which Patrick said was eligible to be used, to bring that officer on board? That would be a good use of that money.
Patrick can answer.
Patrick will answer that.
Yeah. As enticing as that might be, we've got an agreement with the local police union, and, first-year officers get paid a particular amount, second-year officers get paid a particular amount, and so on. And so, if we started making, doing what we could to sort of entice people, I think we'd find ourselves at odds with the union. And that could be a problem.
So then in reality, then this discussion about attracting officers with bonuses is not a truthful one, given what you have just said, because you're following the contract. And so that precludes you from going out and attracting other officers. Well, Ian, it's factual. We're having this discussion about, okay, how can we get police officers to come? And we're talking about living expense, and we're talking about all the peripheral stuff, which the bottom line is salary. The other stuff is, the officer's responsibility. Yes, we'd like to be able to find housing for you, but there might be people in Keene or Greenfield or the surrounding community where these officers could travel to Brattleboro without relocating to Brattleboro or the surrounding towns. We don't have a requirement that employees live in Brattleboro proper. And so when we talk about all this, it's really disingenuous to say that, okay, we're going to go out and get these officers, but we can't give them any bonuses. We can't give them a signing bonus, or we can't pay you this higher rate of pay because it's going to upset the apple cart.
Are you done, Dick?
Well, I'm going to wait for somebody to respond.
So I think I'm not sure quite where the disingenuous comment is coming from. I think we've been pretty clear throughout this discussion that when it comes to the salaries, that is an element of the collective bargaining negotiations that happen beginning in January, which you, as someone who has been on the select board, has been chair of the select board, should be familiar with. And that signing bonuses, and I could be wrong about this, but signing bonuses are could be a part of collective bargaining negotiation. Am I incorrect about that?
Sure.
I could speak to our history with that.
Yeah.
We've had in the past, we've tried hiring bonuses. We've tried hiring bonuses for new officers. We've tried hiring bonuses as incentive to current officers to find new officers. Those have had mixed results. I can't sit here and tell you that was the home run that solves everything, because look where we are.
Yeah.
But I think more important I guess that is a side conversation, but I think more important is looking at the long-term stability and having a department, like not just salary, but everything else that goes with a department, to create a place where officers want to come and stay and work here and gain tenure here.
Yeah.
Because those are the officers we want. We want the officers that are here for 5, 10, 15 years that have developed into the community and are part of the community, and have equity in the community, because those are the ones we want policing our community.
Daniel?
Great. I just want to kind of speak to Dick's perception of what was presented by the department. I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm saying like the department chose to present a slideshow that we hadn't seen until you saw it. And what we're ready to talk about is this budget that, we've all seen and has been in public for a while now. There's been no requests from the police department at this time for any of the things that were contained. And please, if I get this wrong, but I don't think I'm wrong. The stuff that was on the slide of like considerations for the future are considerations for the future. And I guess in some ways we're getting a little preview of what we might see coming in the next collective bargaining. But none of that stuff was stuff that the select board was made aware of before tonight. And none of it really kind of like impacts this particular FY24 budget. Correct?
This is the budget.
Yes.
This is the budget that staff is recommending, and the board will accept or adjust.
Yeah.
And we will, whatever the board concludes, we will take on to representative town meeting.
Yep.
And reflects the previous round of collective bargaining that we did with the police union.
No, because our collective bargaining agreement ends June 30th.
I'm sorry. Yes. So, okay.
This is
placeholders.
Attempting to prepare us for that, but isn't informed by the outcome of that.
Yes. Okay.
Make sense?
Yes.
That's interesting.
That is interesting. Liz.
I just, Dick talked about the problem of, the presentation and the problem with staffing and the problem with crime and so forth. And that was represented as an introduction to what's been said in the public discourse for the past several months. I mean, there are people who've said, well, the police isn't doing anything, or the police is sitting in headquarters. And so that type of myth making, I think this presentation was designed to clarify those issues and talk about what the issues with the police department are and recruiting and so forth and crime, to lead us to, the collective bargaining that's happening, or to understand the pressures that are on the police department.
Jess? Oh, sorry, did you have your hand up?
Yes, I did. So my question was about going back to the question I asked before about the staff salaries line being intended for those 26 funded positions, but maybe used at plus clerical, so 31 positions. So once we do collective bargaining, and if we see an increase, that may limit the department from hiring 9 full-time police officers.
If it were to go above what is currently, is that?
But what's the possibility of hiring 9 officers next year?
Well, I will tell you that we have been in interviews this week. We have interviews scheduled 2 weeks out. So we are getting candidates.
Wonderful.
And one of the things that I would just continue to point out, I know this was an answer given to a question Kate O'Connor had earlier in the budget process. We managed to the bottom line. And so if we are so fortunate as to fully staff the department, and that line was to exceed the budget, first of all, I'd be grateful. And second of all, we would continue to manage towards the bottom line to the general fund.
Any from the department? Was there anything else?
No, sir.
All right. Dick, did you have if you got a second question?
Just one follow-up. Now, Ian, my remark came after the fact that I'm sitting here watching and listening to what the chief said about hiring that person. And when someone asked Patrick about could the existing payroll funds be used, he said yes. And so that's where,
I see.
That's where that comment comes from.
I appreciate the clarification on that.
And actually, as for the signing bonuses, when you said I was the chair of the board, I was on the board when we recommended signing bonuses, because I cannot remember, in all honesty, of when the police department was fully staffed. And, that would be a good history question, because it hasn't been fully staffed, I believe, in at least 15 years.
Well, and I'm sorry, I don't want to interrupt.
I would add an additional question.
So
What
no.
was the crime rate at that time?
Oh, well.
I don't know what the crime rate was at that point. It certainly wasn't where it is today, I believe. We certainly weren't having the break-ins that we were having. They were just different times. And, one of the things that the chief had on the presentation was that people are moving into Vermont at 74%? And yet the unemployment rate, what's our unemployment rate? 2.9%. There's jobs aplenty in Brattleboro. There's jobs aplenty in the whole state. So, which I don't want to get off into that, but there are people moving into the state. How do you attract them to the police force? I don't have that answer off the top of my head. I don't think it's just about money.
No.
I'm good. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dick. Thank you. All right, so we got one last hand, and then we'll do two more hands, and then we're gonna finish up with this item if there's any other board questions, and then we're gonna move on to the next. So seeing.
Emily and Megan.
Oh, I'm sorry. Actually, there's a hand in the public first, so we'll bring up Dale.
Yeah, I have a question about what he was talking about before, the cameras and stuff. Cameras today are very cheap. I have one for my apartment. I have one for my workshop that costs me $97 a piece, and they run 24/7. So I don't see why. I've had businesses before, and I've always had ADT that was hooked right up with the police station. Thank God, because we had a break-in, actually 2 in 1 week. And so why can't these businesses afford these little cameras that, like a nanny can? You can put them in your places and stuff. And that's something that maybe the town manager's department might want to put on the website to encourage people to go get these cameras. You can pick them up. Some you can pick up at Home Depot, or some you can pick up online for the nanny cams. It's a lot cheaper online, and things like that. Now the other was about, oh dear, I'm tired. But yeah, it blew right out of my, oh, it was for you guys. Sorry about that. It was the time of days that you have most of these break-ins, and you said you're not staffed on those shifts.
No.
No.
So why can't you put staff on those shifts? Now, I know you're mobile, but that's not always a good thing because they can spot you from a mile away. You need to be a little hidden, and town won't let you have a nondescript car, things like that. We need to think about actually having private cars for some of these guys if they're going to work those hours and work to getting rid of these people that break in. I mean, I remember I had a cousin, like I said, half the town's related to me. I have a cousin who specifically went out during the day because he knew their cars were in their garages, and he would rip off all their tools, okay? But then I have another cousin, and these are people that were my age, and some of them are young, a lot younger. They would wait till all the cruisers, they didn't see them for at least 10 minutes. And the late shift, they'd break in to Sam's, Army and Navy, and Dick DeGray was wrong because this happened over 15 years ago. And they were really robbing a lot of the stores, go up the backs of the buildings into another apartment, go down the back, other side back, and break into shoe stores and everything. It was their Christmas shopping. So you got to understand these people the way they think. I mean, I can't help it, but I'm from a big inbred family. And you got to keep an eye on them. Anyways, those are the things I wanted to know is what are the hours of the day that this is going on, and why can't you put a minimum of 2 in a car if you're going to use a car? But I think they should have an unmarked car.
Okay, so we'll address those, and then we're going to move on to the last question. Yes.
That we do have the ability to use unmarked cars.
Okay, that's better than it was there.
Okay. All right. Yes.
And just clarify, there is not a single time of day where there is no officer working.
Right, we are 24/7 department. So there's always someone.
You got it. No, all right. No. I'm going to go on to the next person. Okay, so last hand. And I think it's
Emily.
Russell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess Russell.
Hey folks, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Hi. Okay, sorry about my terrible Zoom lighting. I still haven't figured this out many years in. I'm Emily Megas Russell, District 1. I'm also one of the co-authors of the Community Safety Report. A lot of my questions have been answered, so I'm appreciating this conversation. I'm super appreciative to you, Chief Hardy, for your presentation and how you're centering the harsh economic reality and the harsh housing reality that we're facing in our community. And also want to say thanks to the Select Board and to you, Jess, specifically for bringing up so many questions related to the Community Safety Report. I'm certainly hearing the impact of this economic and housing crises that we're in right now on recruitment for the town and all staffing needs that the town has. And I also just want to take a moment to center the impact of the economic and housing crises on people who are living in poverty, people who are living without homes, people who are living in visible poverty, so people who we can see are struggling to get their economic needs met in this climate. And, there was a comment made about the increasing police presence and increasing police staffing in relation to the reduction of crime. This is a very complicated story. This is not a black and white story. The research is pretty all over the place, frankly. We did a fair amount of this research in the Community Safety Report around police presence and crime reduction rates. And there is not a lot of conclusive evidence that increased, there's no, it kind of comes out in the wash a little bit. There's some evidence that it decreases violent crime rates. We're not really talking as much about violent crime rates here when we're talking about the problematic crime rates that we're seeing. We're talking more about crime rates that are associated with the economic and housing crises that we have. And so I think that I feel pretty concerned about this conversation about the substation. It feels like going backwards, frankly, around the studies that have already been done in terms of where our resources need to flow. We're clear that we need resources to flow in housing. That's just like so unbelievably clear. And actually, I think we're all kind of in agreement on that, which is really exciting to be in agreement on something. And then also, there's just so much potential for how we can develop alternatives to policing. And I want to just honor that I'm hearing so clearly how hard it is to fully staff this police force, despite really solid attempts and really having a solid and equitable and just comparatively police department. And so really looking at the trends away from policing, not for violent crimes necessarily, but specifically for crimes related to housing and economic crises, I think really is something that I want to just throw my full on support behind. I'm excited for that CSR conversation at the end of January. One of my requests in that is that we potentially ask community members to come with ideas that aren't about responding to substance use issues, mental health issues, and visible drug use with policing, right? That there really isn't good evidence. And I'm happy to talk more about this offline. There's not good evidence that police response decreases visible substance use or decreases the kinds of things we're calling crimes when we're talking about nonviolent crimes. So I just wanted to sort of make some of those links, and also wanted to say that I'm open to and would be happy to meet with the new town manager, John Potter, and also with you, Chief Hardy. We haven't had a chance to connect, but as one of the authors of the Community Safety Report, I'd be happy to sit down with you also and talk about some of the aspects of that report. So yeah, so I have one request, which isn't necessarily need to be responded to right now, but my request is that when we have that community safety review discussion in late January, that we talk about how we might be able to solicit creative ideas around alternatives to policing and effective solutions. Because one of the things I think we're struggling with in this conversation is that policing is not really an effective solution for the types of things we're labeling as crimes related to the economic crises and housing crises that we see. And that's not Chief Hardy or any police officer's fault. It's not about them, right? And the capacity is limited anyways, even so. And then my explicit question, so thank you for hearing that, for anyone who wants to answer it, is what is the idea committee?
Jess?
Patrick should talk about it.
All right, Patrick?
Sure. So the idea committee is a staff committee. It's basically an internal organization committee of staff from all the various departments. I am blanking entirely on what IDEA, what is it?
Inclusion, diversity, equity, accessibility. Thank you.
Thank you. So it is a staff committee that has representation from each of the departments. It is led by the Human Resources Director, Sally Nix. It has no members of management permanently on that committee, although sometimes management is called upon to, come and speak to the idea committee. But this is a place where our staff can review organizational behavior and try and promote these values within the organization.
Thank you so much for that clarification. I'm super glad that's happening. Thank you.
Great.
It's awesome.
Okay, so with that, the board doesn't need to take any kind of action on the proposed budget for the Brattleboro Police Department. So unless there is any other discussion from the board, I'm not seeing any. I think y'all are staying up here with us for the next item. So we're going to move on to agenda item new business 7C, which is FY23 vehicle purchase. Is this going to Patrick first or
Yes.
Chief?
Yep.
Yeah.
So I'll try and move this along as best I can. The hour is getting late, and I can see there's a lot of tired people in the room. There is a memo included in the board's packet. I'm sorry, sir? Okay. Related to the fiscal 23 vehicle purchase. As the board will recall, last year for this year in fiscal 23, car 2 and car 6 are being replaced. In the memo, the chief talks about the 2 vehicles that are being replaced and what they're being replaced with. One is a traditional patrol vehicle. The other, instead of a traditional patrol vehicle, is going to be a pickup truck. We have had pickup trucks in the past as patrol vehicles, and we would like to again. One of the reasons for this is it provides the department with some additional flexibility on being able to move other items around town, things like the command trailer. It will assist the department in moving equipment out to, for example, the firing range when they need to do so. So this would be a replacement of 2 vehicles that was budgeted for this year, fiscal 23. I don't have the numbers in front of me. I could get them. Excuse me, that came upon me rather quickly. Thank you. So this is for the purchase of the 2 vehicles. The upfit is being put out to bid and will come back to the board at a later time. But the board is asked this evening to approve the fiscal 23 vehicle replacement plan with the purchase of a 2023 Ford Interceptor from McGee Ford of Montpelier, Vermont, in the amount of $36,610, and for a 2022 Chevrolet Silverado from Auto Mall of Brattleboro in the amount of $44,763 for a combined purchase price of $81,373. Thank you, Liz.
Chief, did you have anything more to speak on that item?
Oh, look, but Patrick, he covered it.
Excellent. Board members, questions, comments? Daniel?
The vehicle purchase is totally fine, you know, the upfit is TBD. I'm guessing with the way prices have gone that like it'll come out a little higher than last time. And so in the event of that, you know, say it comes out at 50 grand instead of 40.
Yep.
I know that, I don't even know why I'm asking this question. It's mostly just to reveal it to the public, right? So like, in the event of this whole thing costing, say, 125 grand instead of the budget at 116.
Yep.
It'll all work out because we managed to the bottom line of the general fund. Correct?
I think that is correct.
Even though these are capital
This is
purchases,
unique
yeah.
in that it is in the capital fund.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of leftover money in the capital fund that we can make use of if it goes over, but one of the reasons why we don't anticipate that it will is that the upfit necessary for the pickup vehicle is not as much as a traditional patrol vehicle. So we feel pretty good about it.
Okay, good. Thank you very much.
And the results of that bid process we'll bring back to the board at a later time.
Yep.
Excellent. Any other questions or comments, board members?
Would you like a motion?
Yes, I would entertain a motion.
All right. I move that we approve the purchase of a 2023 Ford Interceptor from McGee Ford of Montpelier, Vermont, in the amount of $36,610, and a 2022 Chevy Silverado from Auto Mall of Brattleboro, Vermont, for $44,763, for a combined cost of $81,373.
Will the truck get, like, will it get like kind of the paint job of the cruisers, or will it look different?
It's gonna be, that's not good, that's a good question.
Not entirely sure. It'll be set up, both vehicles will be set up so that they can be used for patrol.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's TBD if it'll be fully marked or not.
Okay. Thank you. Jess has made a motion to approve the purchase of a 2023 Ford Interceptor from McGee Ford of Montpelier, Vermont, in the amount of $36,610, and a 2022 Chevrolet Silverado from Auto Mall of Brattleboro, Vermont, for $44,763, for a combined cost of $81,373. Board members, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion carries 4-0. Thank you very much. We will move on to new business item agenda 7D, which is Brattleboro Resource Assistant Team BRAT pilot. Patrick.
If I may just quickly introduce this, I'll hand it over to the chief in just a moment. So what's going on here is not so much a specific request to the select board, but a desire to keep the board informed, particularly in this particular area. So the chief is trying to be responsive to the needs of this community. And, you know, given the crime statistics that we've all discussed this evening, there's a desire to make sure that uniformed officers can spend as much of their time being responsive to those criminal activities as possible, and a desire to try and address non-criminal related police department activities with non-sworn officers. So this is a pilot program. The chief and I are looking to provide a non-sworn staff person with a list of duties that would include taking crash reports, that would be possibly doing traffic control, that would deal with various reports for stolen property. This would be a non-sworn staff member that would make use of one of the two outgoing patrol vehicles that wouldn't be traded in. It would be an unmarked vehicle that is staffed with a non-sworn officer that, isn't armed, isn't carrying a badge, and could perform certain duties to relieve uniformed officers from having to respond in that way. And what we would like to be able to do is to explore, is that an effective way to staff the department? And, maybe the outcome of that discussion leads to informing the fiscal 25 budget. But given the range of challenges that the chief is trying to address with the resources of the department, seems to us that this is a opportunity worth exploring. And I guess with that, I'll hand it over to the chief if you have further details you'd like to offer.
Oh, yeah, I think you covered really the crust of what we're trying to do, because this is something that we would look to in the future to be able to staff this position. But being in the position now where I do not have full staff, I think it is an opportunity to try it within the department to see if it's something that benefits the community, that is accepted by the community. And so we have seen that we will have the ability to do this program, this pilot program, but just wanted to have a vehicle that does not look like the rest of the patrol fleet. So they can be differentiated, that it's not the police per se coming to help you. If you have a crash with no injuries, something like that. And really too, a lot of things that my police officers are being pulled out of patrol to handle.
Excellent. Board members, questions, comments? Liz?
Well, I've met the evidence tech, and there's a very dedicated individual, and that person relieves a lot of day-to-day work from the detectives, and that person or other people on the staff, I'm sure, could do these tasks. And it sounds like a great thing to try.
Jess?
I love this idea. And I love the list of duties that you've outlined for this person, because they don't do anything like dealing with evidence or detective stuff or doing any sort of policing, or there's no overlap there. The one piece, going back to the community safety report, the one piece that I have questions about is that last bullet point. So the last bullet point in the potential job functions of this position would be work in conjunction with other response personnel and resource providing services to assist people in finding appropriate resources and to build better relationships in the community. And probably similar to the Project Care work that the officers do, this is good, this is important. But this person being a part of the police force automatically creates that power dynamic that was identified in the community safety report as potentially coercive to get people to feel like they have to access these resources. So I just want to be careful around that and how this person identifies their relationship with the police department, especially in those situations.
Okay, and so, and thus, this is why we're calling it a pilot program, because it being a pilot program is a way for it to be introduced into this community, but also it's still fluid. So it's how we would be able to see how it's working for the community, within the community, and make changes that are needed or not needed. And one of the things that I did put this in is one of the parts about this whole BRAT unit has ideas for other services we can offer that are non-police services, but we are in the position to offer those. Because a lot of times my offices are already giving non-police services, and when we talk about things like when certain members of the community, which I think if you question a lot of people in the community today that you may have questioned 2 years ago, I think that has to also be something that's considered when we're having that conversation about the community safety review. Because can almost guarantee there are changes, because people have come to me and told me that, you know, Ms. Joy even tonight has even said the changes she's seen with our responses and the community building that we're doing. So I don't think that it's gonna be a threat to the ideas that are in there. I think that either it will be a help to it because we can show how it can be handled in that way. And I think also it depends on who the people are that are doing the job, because that makes a difference also. And that was one of the things that I've researched from the time I came. So, you know, that's why I want to try it within the department first, to see if it's anything we even want to pursue.
If I could just add to what the chief said too, yes, there's people in the community who are concerned about that power dynamic that you're talking about, but there's a lot of people in the community that come to the police department specifically and ask for help with resources. Because our officers are out in the community on a regular basis and they know them on a first name basis. There are people that could directly call officers at the department and say, I'm ready and I need help. Can you help me do that? And they connect them with Project Care. We've brought people to treatment, like physically driven them to places.
Yes.
So those things happen. So anyone that works for us and that we have out in the field projecting for the department, working for the town, has to be fluent in that resource availability and needs to be able to properly identify that and help people that come and ask for help. So we can't just ignore that and say, no, I work for the police department. There might be a power dynamic. I can't offer you resources. They have to be able to do that so that we can effectively serve the community.
And we don't have that because, as the lieutenant stated, I mean, I talk about, I've been at dispatch and heard people call and ask for specific officers that were having crises, and they ask for a specific officer if they're working today. I myself have at least 3 people that write me on a regular basis when they're having mental health issues. And I have an individual that tends to write me all throughout the night to see if I can offer some kind of assistance or help, or maybe just sometimes just listen. So that is the dynamic of the entire department. So I think that's what I'm talking about when I think that it's a chance to try something new, to try something that we can put into effect now while all of the other conversations are happening as to what to do. And to, you know, and I think it's gonna be a really good thing. And I think also it's a way to address some of the other issues about the actual burglaries and other dynamics that the actual patrol officers need to be, and that's the police issues. So that's the reason.
Thank you.
Daniel?
Great. I just have some sort of clarifying questions. How long will this pilot go on for?
We can I hadn't really put a time limit on it because I have the person in mind that's already with me, so, to try it, so I hadn't put but if you want to revisit and give us a timeline, we can just fulfill that.
Okay.
I think a 6 months.
Yeah, I mean,
6 month
gotta give it-
timeframe is,
right.
is
6 months time.
at least enough time to sort of get our feet wet and see what we think.
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay.
And then like, how will we evaluate whether it's been successful?
I think, not only just with the potential for people to make their comments, which they do quite freely on emails to me or my department. I think just from that and at Selectboard, that people will come forward and they'll say, this is really horrible, I hate it, I don't want you doing this, or I think this is the greatest thing you could have came up with.
So, I mean, to put a point on that, right, like, if I were to be evaluating this, like, you know, one of the proposed reasons for this is to reduce the burden on sworn officers responding to things that honestly you don't need a sworn officer for, right? So I would want to see in the data, are we seeing a reduction in that? I mean, I know that we don't really control calls, right? Calls come, we answer them.
Right.
But, you know, maybe in the data you could see, you know, Officer
Handled by
Petlock
this.
only, you know, didn't have to go to this bunch of calls because
And you know, and that's
Sorry,
fair.
just demoted
Yeah,
him.
And that's fair. And I would also say too that one of the ideas was also to see maybe to lessen the response time to some of these other issues also, because like the accidents with no injuries.
Yeah.
Because accidents with no injuries, they might not be priority, what's going on in the day, but we would be able to send someone there to assist them.
Okay. Great. And then I guess like just their legal powers, right? So this would be a non-sworn person.
Right.
They have like the same powers we have.
Basically.
Yeah.
Right, just
But they have
little bit more
training.
trained, right,
Uh-huh.
right.
And I don't know if you want to speak to the kind of training you think you'd offer a person in this position.
Oh, absolutely. They would have to know how to write a report and how to submit it into Valcor.
Mm-hmm.
That is training that they would have to have, because that's what the whole purpose of it is to take those kind of reports, because we have people that you can walk into the police station right now and you can say, I want to file a report. Usually you have to wait until I have an officer that can come back from patrol to file a report for you. This person will be able to do that. You know, because they will have been through all of our vetting procedures that they would have to be through to be able to get your information and have your personal information and put it into Valcor. So that is training also. How to write the crash reports, that's another part, training that we'll have to give them. Stuff like that, any of those administrative duties that do not go to any kind of police action.
Yeah. Great. Thank you. And then to put a final point on it, and this is before the select board tonight, not because the select board needs to approve this. It's like, here's an operational decision that the department's made because the chief is in charge of the department. And here's some information for the board so that we know a little more about it and can be informed.
You know, I think that's absolutely correct. And, you know, I think it's also important that should we find ourselves in a position a year from now, for example, saying, hey, we think this has been a really positive experience for the community. We think this has been a really positive development within the department. We'd be better off having a public discussion with you about that today than waiting till that time and saying, hey, you know, there's something we did and we think it's been really useful, right? And I will have to admit that, you know, this isn't perhaps fully baked, right? It's going to be evolving and unfolding how we utilize this position. You know, we know how to do officers in a uniform with a badge and a gun. This is the chief trying to explore other ways in which to serve the community and to staff up maybe a little differently within the department. And we think it's worth a try.
Great. Thank you so much.
So just a couple quick ones for me. One would be, can we have a check-in with the select board at some date that you feel is appropriate once you've got a little bit of data and you've got the person onboarded and they've been working?
Before the 6 months, you're saying?
Or at the 6 months, whatever, you know.
I think
talk
at the
with
6 months would be a time to come and say, this is what we've been able to accomplish.
So perfect. So we'll look for a check-in in 6 months, which I'm looking forward to.
6 months from when the person.
When
we get the person in place.
I'm sorry if I wasn't clear. Second, this is just a request. You don't have to do it. I'm just wondering if you could work with Seth and maybe put something out from the town about this position because it's exciting. And,
Oh, absolutely.
yeah. You know, you
Absolutely.
can make some like nice visual about it, and
Absolutely.
I think it'd be
And,
nice.
and I will say that these type of ideas are being thought about and utilized in other parts of the state. And, you know, what I tried to do after doing my research for different departments and how they're utilizing people and try to basically make ours fit Brattleboro.
Yeah.
Because some places have individuals doing things that I may not have someone doing that is not have the proper equipment or training to do. But what I did was I took from a couple of different areas and tried to make it that it would be what we need here.
You beat me to it. Yeah, I was going to ask, have we kind of looked at other communities? Because I'm sure people are doing it. It sounds like yes. And so I think in that case, you know, as we move through the pilot, if there are things that come up, continuing to speak with other departments and looking at what other communities are doing, if there's things that we could expand the program to do, or have kind of more, once we have a little bit of experience with it, we could need to modify it. And then finally, if this is successful, I'll want to encourage the police department to talk to other departments about this program that don't do this. I think we sometimes forget that Brattleboro is a real leader in a lot of these things, and that we just need to make sure that we're getting our voice and our experience out to other communities in the state. So,
And I will say this also, that other departments reach out to us actually quite often.
Oh, good.
About what we're doing, or what we're trying to do, or how we're going about it. And plus I also talk with other chiefs around the state, with meetings with the Chiefs Association. So
yeah,
we do kind of bounce things off of each other, what's going on.
Excellent. Okay, great. Looks like we've got Liz, yes.
Just one thought. It's just that the presentation about the demands on the sworn officers lends credence to this pilot program, because obviously that relief would be welcome.
Other board members? No? All right, so I see Dick's iPad returns.
Yeah, a couple things. I disagree with Daniel a little bit. And Patrick, first of all, this is a new position in the police department. And it would be like the chief saying, okay, without the board approval, they're going to hire 28 police officers instead of 26. I didn't hear anybody talk about what's the pay line going to be here, and where is this money going to come from? Given that you said 6 months, and I'm assuming there wasn't any clarity on this, that this position is going to start soon and run for 6 months, or is this going to start July 1 and run for 6 months?
Okay, I can.
Yep. So, do you have we can speak to that, Dick, but do you want to list your other questions?
And then the other thing is that Burlington is already doing this, but they're doing this on Church Street, and they're using their non-police officers as escorts.
Mm-hmm.
They're walking around on church streets. They're escorting people to parking areas if they feel unsafe. And I believe it's been a huge hit with the patrons up on Church Street, given all the crime issues that they've had and issues that they've had, if you're following what's going on up there. So they're ahead of us a little bit, but not exactly doing what the chief talked about here. So I do believe that the board has a role in terms of new staffing positions and getting your approval. I'm just wondering if there's a motion from the board to approve this new trial position.
Okay. So Chief, you want to speak first to it,
Right,
and then I'll let Patrick probably respond to.
But yes, Dick, I understand that, and that's why we spoke on bringing this back after we try this pilot program. I'm not asking for. I'm utilizing what I already have within my department to see if this is something we want to move forward on, to make that request to add another person or another entity in on it. So it's already someone that is already employed by me, that we will be trying out these duties for that position before we go above asking for the position to open up and ask for another staffing position from the select board.
So will you have to fill a position that is going to be vacated by this person?
There will not be a position vacated by the position at this time, because the person I have is under my employer is also not on patrol at this time.
Okay.
So
And salary? would be commensurate with what they're making right now?
Their salary will be their salary for the pilot program.
Okay,
Just like-
thank you.
Yeah. And Patrick, did you want to?
Sure, this is in effect an assignment.
Yeah, yeah.
And the cost would be borne out of the staff salaries line item.
Okay.
Which
Okay.
will be grossly underexpended because the staff salaries item is for 31 people and we have far fewer than that.
26.
It will be, we anticipate that we will come in under budget for sure. The fiscal 23 staff salaries line is a little lower than it otherwise would have been to accommodate the transfer to the community safety fund in that particular year. But still think there's going to be, due to the level of staffing we have experienced over the course of this year, there will be a decent amount of savings there.
Okay.
All good, Dick?
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you. Ricky Rosati.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
So, I was wondering about like how if this position, is that like having, I know that the police before had HCRS case managers, with them. Is this, do they still have HCRS, which stands for Healthcare Rehabilitation Service, workers with them? Are those people going to be, like prioritized to be positioned within this proposed position?
Do you want to speak to, so
What was the question?
the question was, do we still have HCRS people with the police department? And then actually, Ricky, I didn't quite catch the second part of the question either.
Does this proposed position prioritize hiring HCRS people?
Oh.
Okay, all right, so, and what we are using to do with this position is that, this is actually a part of a team project that we are looking to build on. And so it could be a possibility that the HCRS person, there could be one in the future. Right now, we are just looking at what we have available to us. And what we have available to us is an individual that will be a community assistance liaison. And that's a part of the BRAT unit, which is a response unit for the community. So we're looking at different factions of building that type of unit and what works for the community. So,
well, like the police before had HCRS case managers on their team. It's like, why are there none now? And why isn't a qualification to be a community liaison to have like a social worker degree?
Good question. We do not have one right now because I have not filled that position because of issues that were brought up, not only with the community safety report, but also with issues around the community with individuals that have spoken to me on one-on-one basis. I have not eliminated the position for an HCRS embedded social worker, but it is a position that really needs the right person within there that not only can gain the trust of the community, but can make the community believe that they are going to get the highest level of service from them. I have gone to other towns that do have social workers. I will say that I've met two that I really, really wish if they would come to Brattleboro, I'd take them today because they've helped me a lot with individuals that have reached out to me for help. So there is a possibility of that, but that is a part of the building of this team, this response and team to aid in the community and separate from this position, right?
Can you explain more about what the issues are about that's preventing you from hiring people that are available into that position from the Brattleboro HCRS? Because what I recall, and when I say people, I'm using that word intentionally as in plural because before, like only having one HCRS case manager, it has been like overwhelming and they needed more they needed more HCRS case managers to do their job in a less stressful way, because having just one token HCRS case manager was not enough.
And,
Yeah, I mean, if you, Chief, you want to speak a little bit more to it, Ricky, we're more talking about this pilot program that's not about the HCRS.
You're talking about the entire police budget. And
where we have moved
I
beyond.
don't want to be muted until I yield my time.
Ricky, just let me finish
I know my name.
I know.
Ian, I know my name.
So we've moved beyond the police budget. We spent many hours talking about the police budget. We're now talking about the proposed BRAT pilot program for a resource assistant position pilot, and that's where we're at. So
And we're talking about the police budget, and it's 10:30 at night, and there are 13 participants virtually, and then there are 4 on Facebook, and it's insane that we're having this meeting so late at night when more people would be able to attend to have this important discussion together if this was held during the normal business hours or on a weekend. So just because people are grumpy because it's late at night and they're tired doesn't mean that these topics shouldn't be discussed. They should be discussed during normal business hours, yeah.
Jessica?
Hi, Ricky, I absolutely agree with you that these late night conversations make it really challenging for public participation. I wanted to just clarify something because I think my initial question may have gotten the topic a little bit off track. This position that's being proposed, really most of the duties are basically customer service, taking reports, taking fingerprints, like doing paperwork, being at the front desk. And only a very small part of their job would be doing the referrals, which every single officer and every single person at the department does and takes a little bit of a load up. So the social work element of whatever the future BRAT response team would be, is not yet envisioned.
Correct.
But
correct.
you got a pin in it. You're gonna think about it.
correct. Yes.
Okay.
It's like, if I didn't bring up my HCRS question now, what would I do it in 15 minutes or an hour later from now when I already should be in bed? Like, so just trying to police me about when I ask my questions is really rude. And so I'm just also just disappointed that there aren't more HCRS people actively employed, because I think that is super vital to community engagement. So that's all. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you, Ricky. And the last hand, I still cannot read that one.
It's Eli.
Oh, Eli. I don't know, Eli. I think it's got to do with how the name is written on there or something.
I
Read
can't
Ricky's.
read any of that stuff.
I could read Dick's.
I'll figure it out at some point. Hi,
Oh,
just a bit of additional reading for those interested. I grew up in Austin, Texas, which had a program very similar to this that was successful for many years. It was called the Downtown Rangers. And my mother was on the Downtown Austin Alliance, which is how I know about this, because she piloted the program and she told me about it while I was a teenager. So if you want to look up the Downtown Rangers of Austin, Texas, there has been writing done about how effective they were, the stuff they did. Basically, they patrolled on foot downtown unarmed with water bottles and bike repair kits and pepper spray. Like, sometimes they had to use the pepper spray, but 90% of the time they were repairing people's bikes and giving people water and showing people where to park. And it was a really good way to have a presence downtown that wasn't an armed police presence, which again also takes a lot of time and effort to do. And yeah, I just really recommend it because it turned out to be a case study for a lot of things. I think the Department of Justice did a full-on write-up of it after about 5-10 years. There was a 20-year retrospective. Anyways, just a resource if you're interested in a program that was, I admit Austin even then was a bigger city than Brattleboro is now. but it was 20 years ago, so it's not new.
Yeah.
I think it's still pretty comparable in terms of back when Austin had a small downtown and a strapped police force, and they were trying new and interesting things to make their downtown more livable and also friendlier for their own homeless population.
Thank you.
Great, thank you for that. And yeah, it's good to hear about other potential resources to look at, even if they don't exist now, but you know, there may be a lot of information online. All right, I don't see any other hands on Zoom. And I don't see any hands in the room. So board members, are there other questions, comments about the pilot program? Okay, well, as we kind of very thoroughly discussed, it does not require a motion. So we can move on to the last agenda item in the new business, which is 7E, the scenario-based simulator.
And if you don't mind, I want to say a couple of things. Appreciate your support, or lack of objection.
Oh, about what? Oh,
about our last conversation.
Oh,
We
okay.
appreciate that.
Yes, very
So-
exciting.
And we'll keep you informed. Last thing for the evening. The board may recall that the town and the department received a justice assistance grant maybe 3 months ago, I'm guessing, something like that. And the purpose of the grant was to fund the purchase of a scenario-based training simulator.
Right.
Do I have that right, Chief?
Yes.
And maybe you could tell the folks a little bit about that and why you think it's going to be beneficial for the department.
Yes, I'm excited about the possibility of us attaining one. Scenario-based training simulator, I feel will not only benefit the department because of the fact that we can set up our own well, let me go back and tell you just what it is, okay? It's basically ways to set up scenarios that you are like real world scenarios that you would go in and train with this machine. And you can build your scenarios and you can build your library of what your training scenarios you want them to be. And one of the things that I like about it is that you can set it to things that we need in real time, real world policing, such as being able to interact with people that are having crises of any sort. Autism is a major one. I like to do hard of hearing disabilities like hard of hearing, and people that just may not even understand English. And when we have to interact with them and what our actions are, how our actions can either escalate or bring down to a de-escalation level. These kind of practice scenarios on and on and on. And once we have it, we won't have to send officers anywhere to get training because we can constantly train. Each of my supervisors will be trained on the system. And it doesn't have to just be like a machine. They have some that are, Apex is the glasses.
Yeah.
They have some that are portable. The one that we're looking at is a portable one that we can utilize and also share with other law enforcement entities in the area. And also, I feel that it will be really exciting if we can get this program up and running to be able to invite community leaders to come in and go through the scenarios. I think that it will not only give people a better understanding of what the officers deal with on a daily basis out in the street, out on patrol, and I think that it would also give people a more realistic version of how things work, how quickly they escalate, how quickly they de-escalate, and how quickly they can change. So so that's why I'm very excited about this program, and we've been researching. I think we're down to 3 different models right now, and I'm still very excited about the portable one right now. I just am waiting for some more updates on the programs and the cost of the library itself.
Excellent.
And so there's no particular action to be requested of the board this evening. We're not like seeking permission to purchase at this point in time. But, the chief was here and we were talking about a range of things sort of related to this. And so we thought, maybe a little discussion on this point as well.
So board, any questions or comments on the simulator? Jess?
I think it's super cool. First, so that's gonna be great, and it's gonna be great that it will sort of potentially decrease some of the travel and cost that you face with doing extra trainings or outside of Brattleboro trainings. So the question I have about the actual programs that you get to go into and do, are like how are those programs vetted or accredited, and are they approved by a non-police entity?
Well, the ones that we've been researching with the system that we're looking at are actually approved by the state of Vermont. And so the guidelines with the criminal justice, what is it, CG? Because I'm tired.
Criminal Justice Council.
Council, right.
Training Council.
And also the programs themselves, the curriculum is accepted as training curriculum for the state of Vermont. So, so that is one of the things that is leading us more toward this particular machine. Also, other towns in Vermont have different systems. And so, some of the chiefs have been gracious enough to share theirs with us and let us see how they work, and anything that, it may be a little altering for us since we have a limited space for training. We have to consider that. And then some of them are old. Some of the machines are older. So that was one of the things we also looked at. So yes, they're vetted. They're approved by the state for training materials and also accepted for training hours.
Yeah, Liz.
I think it's a great idea. I think your department could universally be trained for this without the effort of sending people out. But I also really like the idea of having people in the community essentially audit the program so that they can understand the training curriculum and understand its goals.
Other board questions or comments?
Sure, why not? It sounds interesting. I think like what I've heard tonight from you is a desire to improve the department, right? Different strategies for that, and that's all to your credit. And I'd be curious to find out more about it when we finally get the system and learn how to work with it.
Selectboard would be the first ones to come by.
Oh, great.
Oh, good.
Try it
I'll
out.
bring my, I don't know, hat.
Well, I think with that, I just want to thank you both so much for being here tonight and fielding so many questions from the board and from the community. Did you have?
There's a hand.
Oh, there's a hand up. Yes, Ricky.
Can that program be publicly available for everyone to see in experience, but before deciding if we want to invest in it?
That program, well, I would say this, the program itself, the machine is actually through grants that we're trying to get that are grants that are given to police departments.
Yeah, I'm not talking about can everyone try the machine, but can we see what the simulations are? Because it sounds like it's I'm trying to use words that I don't really agree with, but that are at least seems like a course, and that can you are the courses on could they be posted online, or are they already online and we can go and see what those are?
Well, I don't know if all the courses are online, Vicky, but I can definitely tell you some of the programs that we're looking at, and those are online. Those are on YouTube, that you can go in and YouTube and look at almost any training simulator and look under law enforcement, and then you can bring up videos that show you the available programs that are available right now.
Is it just like a commercial advertising it, or is it the actual full content of the program?
At this point, if you go into Virtra, VIRTRA, I believe, they bring up, you're able to go into their website and see the actual courses that they offer. The only thing that I will say is they don't have the model up yet that we're looking into, because the model that we're exploring is smaller and it's the newest model. But you can get an idea of how the programs work. And then I will say that once we purchase this and have all my people trained, I would be open to getting together with the select board and doing some kind of presentation.
No, I think that that's the opposite of what I'm asking for, because like before, like there was a person saying that they were a district representative of 2, but our districts were renumbered and we're 7, 8, and 9 in the, as a district 8 representative, which was previously district 2. It's like when we vote on the budget, it's like we should have an understanding of what the line items are. And so to ask us to fund this program that we have, that you're saying is online is Berta, where you can see a description of it, but not the actual content of it, is and what it seems to me is that like this is like you're trying to train people with soft social skills with minorities, and I don't think doing that virtually is conducive to actually gaining those soft social skills with people.
Okay, well, there's 2 statements you made, and one of them is the fact that we're not asking that the simulator is not a part of the budget discussion we had tonight. I'm just informing the public as to what we're looking to accomplish and do. We're not asking for budgeted funds to do that, because we are seeking grants that are aimed at policing to do that. Does that clarify the first part of what you stated?
Yes, please. Thank you for correcting me.
Okay. And the second part of I just want to make sure I understand when you're saying to train people. What was the issue with the training? I'm sorry.
So from my understanding of what you're explaining, this course is for simulating soft social skills, interpersonal skills, and I don't think that doing that in a virtual or like electronic, just like non-actual human interaction is conducive towards achieving social skills.
I agree with you. And on this point, that my officers do deal with these issues on a daily basis, but sometimes maybe there may be things that they don't understand. And my idea is that for us to be even better at what we already do is not to retrain them or have them trained without people. We deal with these issues, the same issues that I talk about on a daily basis out in public and out in the community. But if we don't keep ourselves abreast of the correct ways to deal with these issues, or maybe even see different ways, because with the program, we can present even harder situations and see how the officer might react to them before they happen in public. So that is the whole basis of that. It's not to train anyone without having to have social skills. I wouldn't hire an officer if they didn't have basic social skills. So, I mean, that I'm not trying to be rude or anything, but I'm just stating the facts.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ricky. Any other questions on? And thank you, whoever caught me on that. I missed the hand. So no more hands, and nope. Okay, I keep pointing into the public because we have one public participant in the room. All right, so thank you very much for all of the presentations tonight and speaking on so many topics. I just want to state my appreciation for the Brattleboro Police Department and all the work that you do for our community. Clearly, it's something that everyone really cares about and sees all of the different impacts that you have in Brattleboro. And I'm looking forward to continuing to work with you both and with the department.
And we appreciate the select board, support always. And Patrick, thank you, Patrick.
Okay, well, with that, board, there's no motion for this, for that final item, so I can just look to entertain one more motion. Liz?
I move to adjourn.
Liz has moved to adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's going to carry 4-0. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, PCTV. Thank you very much to our interpreters. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica.